energy independence. Together, IPPG's 32 member companies boast a combined production capacity of over 800,000 barrels of oil per day and 3 billion cubic feet of gas per day. With a clear vision for the future, the member companies are making strategic investments in various initiatives geared towards transitioning the nation from a mere exporter of crude and natural gas to a thriving refinery and domestication of our vast gas resources.
We already have IPPG companies that are into modular refinery. They are also taking investment decisions to scale up their existing capacity.
We as indigenous companies have and gas for the purposes of industrializing our nation. That is going to be our core responsibility and our core mandate.
The future is local. The future is now. And for IPPG and Nigeria, the best is yet to come.
Change is not just about a new name, it's about a renewed commitment. ITEO Eastern Exploration and Production Company Limited, a proud subsidiary of ITEO Group and operator of the NNPC ITEO joint venture OML 29, is now Nimbe Exploration and Production Limited. This name change is more than a rebrand. The Nimbe community. By embracing the name Nimbe, we honor the invaluable contributions of our host community, strengthening our partnership and deepening our shared future. Together, we thrive. Welcome to the future with Nimbe Exploration and Production Limited.
Your Excellencies, distinguished global energy leaders, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, I am pleased to invite you to the Nigeria International Energy Summit 2026, holding from the 2nd to 5th of February in Abuja. NIES is Nigeria's premier energy convening, the official platform for strategic policy dialogue. This year, Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future, reflects a defining moment in Nigeria's energy transformation. Under the new agenda, Nigeria is implementing bold, credible, and irreversible reforms. Fuel subsidies have been removed, freeing fiscal space for growth and infrastructure. The Petroleum Industry Act is being implemented and is reinforced by clear presidential directives that are now embedded in law that have delivered globally competitive fiscal incentives and a predictable, enabling business environment, restoring investor confidence and unlocking new capital across the oil and gas value chain. Long-standing upstream divestments have been concluded, creating a new generation of strong African independent operators, professionally governed and actively seeking strategic partners to help scale production, technology, and capital investment, while enabling international companies to redeploy capital into complex deep-water and integrated gas opportunities. Our gas infrastructure is expanding at scale from the AKK pipeline to LNG Train 7. We are positioning gas as the backbone of industrialization and our energy transition. In power, we are reforming the entire value chain. We're clearing legacy debt, we're restoring liquidity, we're mobilizing private capital to deliver affordable, reliable, large-scale electricity. This is the foundation of every economic imperative. It is how Nigeria is positioning Africa for its next wave of industrial growth. These reforms are translating Africa's largest energy resource base into jobs, industries, reliable power, and shared prosperity. Nigeria is open, we're reforming, and we're ready for partnership. We offer scale, policy clarity, and long-term opportunity. So join us at NIES 2026 and be
be part of shaping the next chapter of Africa's energy success story. We look forward to welcoming you to Abuja. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
It's the beginning of a new chapter as the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission announces the opening of the 2025 licensing round portal. With approval from His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCF, NNPC proudly launched the 2025 licensing round under the Petroleum Industry Act. 50 highly prospective oil and gas blocks from deep offshore to onshore fields, untapped opportunities waiting for both investors. And at the core, world-class geological and geophysical data from our National Data Repository, giving every bidder the clarity, confidence, and competitive edge they need. Beyond the barrels, it's about jobs, advancing technology, and delivering values to investors, host communities, and Nigeria's economy. A future where exploration respects the land and sustainability guides every decision, where ESG is not just a checkbox, but a commitment. This is the big round that rebuilds confidence, a fair, open, and competitive process for partners who believe in Nigeria. Because progress begins long before the first barrel is lifted. Discover more at br2025.nuprc.gov.ng. Your journey starts here.
Let me also acknowledge the presence of the President of Oil and Gas Traders Association, Mr. Chris Osaronwese. Good morning to you. Your Excellency, Mr. Farid Ghazali, good morning to you. Your Excellency, Dr. Farouk Ibrahim, good morning to you. Because Mr. Ghazali is the Secretary General of APO. And Dr. Farouk is one that we all know very well. And is currently the chairman for Africa Forward Energy Council. Good morning to you, sirs. The CEO of Gambia National Oil Company is here. Very good morning to you, sir. Mr. Abubakar Njai. Let me also acknowledge the directors, all the directors of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. Very good morning to all of you, SARS and MARS. And indeed, directors from other ministries who are here, heads of parastatals of other ministries who've joined us at this year's NIES. Very good morning to you. CEOs of operating companies in other parts of Africa who've joined us at this year's event, we'll welcome you as well.
Competitive fiscal incentives, and a predictable, enabling business environment, restoring investor confidence and unlocking new capital across the oil and gas value chain. Long-standing upstream divestments have been concluded, creating a new generation of strong African independent operators, professionally governed and actively seeking strategic partners to help scale production, technology, and capital investment, while enabling international companies to redeploy capital into complex deepwater and integrated gas opportunities. Our gas infrastructure is expanding at scale. From the AKK pipeline to NLNG Train 7, we are positioning gas as the backbone of industrialization and our energy transition. In power, we are reforming the entire value chain. We're clearing legacy debts, we're restoring liquidity, and we're mobilizing private capital to deliver affordable, reliable, large-scale electricity. This is the foundation of every economic miracle. It is how Nigeria is positioning Africa for its next wave of industrial growth. These reforms are translating Africa's largest energy resource base into jobs, industries, reliable power, and shared prosperity. Nigeria is open, we're reforming, and we're ready for partnership. We offer scale, policy clarity, and long-term opportunity. So join us at NIES 2026 and be part of shaping the next chapter of Africa's energy success story. We look forward to welcome you to Abuja. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Energy is the heartbeat of our nation. At NNPC, we are powering Nigeria's growth, delivering reliable energy to communities, industries, and homes across the country, and delivering revenue to support infrastructure development and drive wider diversification of our economy. Through gas infrastructure, cleaner energy solutions, and local content development, we are creating jobs, driving industry, and turning Nigeria's energy resources into prosperity for all Nigerians. NNPC is the national sponsor of the Nigerian International Energy Summit. The event will take place from the 2nd to the 5th of February 2026 in Abuja. The theme is Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future. NNPC is powering Nigeria's growth today and for generations to come. I look forward to seeing you in February at NIES 2026 in Abuja.
I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of the CEO of News Engineering, Limited, Lady Josephine Nweze, good morning. Governing Council Member for NCDMB, Anoktam BOT Chairman, Mazi Samazoko Nyichi, good morning. It's also the MD of Test Limited. Warm welcome to all of you. The Chairman of SP Nigerian Council, Mr. Francis Nwoche, Society of Petroleum Engineers International Nigerian Council, Mr. Francis Nwoche. Very good morning to you as well, and welcome to this event. The Chair of PCTS, Rosario Sobase, good morning to you.
Partners who believe in Nigeria, because progress begins long before the first barrel is lifted. Discover more at br2025.nuprc.gov.ng. Your journey starts here.
Let me also acknowledge the Chairman of Koran, Crude Oil Refinery Association of Nigeria, Mr. Jimo Oyerekwa. Very good morning to you. All upstream and no downstream makes the industry export only. We need integrated value system, and they bring that to the business. So welcome to all of you.
In 2015, a bold vision took shape. A coalition of forward-thinking Nigerian exploration and production companies united with a common purpose: to transform the nation's energy landscape and elevate the role of indigenous operators. From that vision, the Independent Petroleum Producers Group, IPPG, was born. Today, indigenous producers are responsible for over half of the country's crude oil and natural gas output. 29 oil blocks, once operated by international companies, are now proudly under the Nigerian control, marking a significant shift toward true energy independence. Together, IPPG's 32 member companies boast a combined production capacity of over 800,000 barrels of oil per day and 3 billion cubic feet of gas per day. With a clear vision for the future, the member companies are making strategic investments in various initiatives geared towards transitioning the nation from a mere exporter of crude and natural gas to a thriving refinery and petrochemical hub and domestication of our vast gas resources.
We already have IPPG companies that are into modular refinery. They are also taking investment decisions to scale up their existing capacity.
We as indigenous companies have a responsibility to utilize oil and gas for the purposes of industrializing our nation. That is going to be our core responsibility and our core mandate.
The future is local. The future is now. And for IPPG and Nigeria, the best is yet to come.
change is not just about a new name, it's about a renewed commitment. Iteo Eastern Exploration and Production Company Limited, a proud subsidiary of Iteo Group and operator of the NNPCL Iteo joint venture OML 29, is now Nimbe Exploration and Production Limited. This name change is more than a rebrand. It is a promise, a tribute to the heart of our operations, the Nimbe community. By embracing the name Nimbe, we honor the invaluable contributions of our host community, strengthening our partnership and deepening our shared future. Together, we grow. Together, we thrive. Welcome to the future with Nimbe Exploration and Production Limited.
Your Excellencies, distinguished global energy leaders, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, I am pleased to invite you to the Nigeria International Energy Summit 2026, holding from the 2nd to 5th of February in Abuja. NIES is Nigeria's premier energy convening, the official platform for strategic policy dialogue, investment leadership, and global energy partnership. Our theme this year, Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future, reflects a defining moment in Nigeria's energy transformation. Under the Renewed Hope agenda, Nigeria is implementing bold, credible, and irreversible reforms. Fuel subsidies have been removed, freeing fiscal space for growth and infrastructure. The Petroleum Industry Act is being implemented, and it's reinforced by clear presidential directives that are now embedded in law that have delivered globally competitive fiscal incentives and a predictable, enabling business environment, restoring investor confidence and unlocking new capital across the oil and gas value chain. Long-standing upstream divestments have been concluded, creating a new generation of strong African independent operators, professionally governed and actively seeking strategic partners to help scale production, technology, and capital investment, while enabling international companies to redeploy capital into complex deep water and integrated gas opportunities. Our gas infrastructure is expanding at scale. From the AKK pipeline to NLNG Train 7, we are positioning gas as the backbone of industrialization and our energy transition. In power, we are reforming the entire value chain. We're clearing legacy debts, we're restoring liquidity, and we're mobilizing private capital to deliver affordable, reliable, large-scale electricity. This is the foundation of every economic miracle. It is how Nigeria is positioning Africa for its next wave of industrial growth. These reforms are translating Africa's largest energy resource base into jobs, industries, reliable power, and shared prosperity. Nigeria is open, we're reforming, and we're ready for partnership. We offer scale, policy clarity, and long-term opportunity. So join us at NIES 2026 and be part of shaping the next chapter of Africa's energy success story. We look forward to welcome you to Abuja. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of Merman, Dapman, and Nayek. The founder of TMB Consortium.
Driving industry and turning Nigeria's energy resources into prosperity for all Nigerians. NNPC is the national sponsor of the Nigerian International Energy Summit. The event will take place from the 2nd to the 5th of February 2026 in Abuja. The theme is Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future. NNPC is powering Nigeria's growth today and for generations to come. I look forward to seeing you in February at NIES 2026 in Abuja.
It's the beginning of a new chapter as the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission announces the opening of the 2025 licensing round portal. With approval from His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, NUPRC proudly launched the 2025 licensing round under the Petroleum Industry Act. 50 highly prospective oil and gas blocks from deep offshore to onshore fields, untapped opportunities waiting for bold investors. And at the core, world-class geological and geophysical data from our national data repository, giving every bidder the clarity, confidence, and competitive edge they need. Beyond the barrels, it's about jobs, advancing technology, and delivering values to investors, host communities, and Nigeria's economy. A future where exploration respects the land and sustainability guides every decision, where ESG is not just a checkbox, but a commitment. This is the bid round that rebuilds confidence, a fair, open, and competitive process for partners who believe in Nigeria. Because progress begins long before the first barrel is lifted. Discover more at br2025.nuprc.gov.ng. Your journey starts here.
In 2015, a bold vision took shape. A coalition of forward-thinking Nigerian exploration and production companies united with a common purpose: to transform the nation's energy landscape and elevate the role of indigenous operators. From that vision, the Independent Petroleum Producers Group, IPPG, was born. Today, indigenous producers are responsible for over half of the country's crude oil and natural gas output. 29 oil blocks, once operated by international companies, are now proudly under the Nigerian control, marking a significant shift toward true energy independence. Together, IPPG's 32 member companies boast a combined production capacity of over 800,000 barrels of oil per day and 3 billion cubic feet of gas per day. With a clear vision for the future, the member companies are making strategic investments in various initiatives geared towards transitioning the nation from a mere exporter of crude and natural gas to a thriving refinery and petrochemical hub and domestication of our vast gas resources.
We already have IPPG companies that are into modular refinery. They are also taking investment decisions to scale up their existing capacity.
We as indigenous companies have a responsibility to utilize oil and gas for the purposes of industrializing our nation. That is going to be our core responsibility and our core mandate.
The future is local. The future is now. And for IPPG and Nigeria, the best is yet to come.
Change is not just about a new name, it's about a renewed commitment. Iteo Eastern Exploration and Production Company Limited, a proud subsidiary of Iteo Group and operator of the NNPCL Iteo Joint Venture OML 29, is now Nimbe Exploration and Production Limited. This name change is more than a rebrand. It is a promise, a tribute to the heart of our operations, the Nimbe community. By embracing the name Nimbe, we honor the invaluable contributions of our host community, strengthening our partnership and deepening our shared future. Together, we grow. Together, we thrive. Welcome to the future with Nimbe Exploration and Production Limited.
Your Excellencies, distinguished global energy leaders, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, I am pleased to invite you to the Nigeria International Energy Summit 2026, holding from the 2nd to 5th of February in Abuja. NIES is Nigeria's premier energy convening, the official platform for strategic policy dialogue, investment leadership, and global energy partnership. Our theme this year, Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future, reflects a defining moment in Nigeria's energy transformation. Under the Renewed Hope agenda, Nigeria is implementing bold, credible, and irreversible reforms. Fuel subsidies have been removed, freeing fiscal space for growth and infrastructure. The Petroleum Industry Act is being implemented, and it's reinforced by clear presidential directives that are now embedded in law that have delivered globally competitive fiscal incentives and a predictable, enabling business environment, restoring investor confidence and unlocking new capital across the oil and gas value chain. Long-standing upstream divestments have been concluded, creating a new generation of strong African independent operators, professionally governed and actively seeking strategic partners to help scale production, technology, and capital investment, while enabling international companies to redeploy capital into complex deep water and integrated gas opportunities. Our gas infrastructure is expanding at scale. From the AKK pipeline to NLNG Train 7, we are positioning gas as the backbone of industrialization and our energy transition. In power, we are reforming the entire value chain. We're clearing legacy debts, we're restoring liquidity, and we're mobilizing private capital to deliver affordable, reliable, large-scale electricity. This is the foundation of every economic miracle. It is how Nigeria is positioning Africa for its next wave of industrial growth. These reforms are translating Africa's largest energy resource base into jobs, industries, reliable power, and shared prosperity. Nigeria is open, we're reforming, and we're ready for partnership. We offer scale, policy clarity, and long-term opportunity. So join us at NIES 2026 and be part of shaping the next chapter of Africa's energy success story. We look forward to welcome you to Abuja. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Let me also acknowledge the presence of the founder and chairman of TMB Consortium, Alhaji Suleiman Yahya ON. Good morning. He's one of the lead consultants to Apple for the Africa Energy Bank.
Wider diversification of our economy. Through gas infrastructure, cleaner energy solutions, and local content development, we are creating jobs, driving industry, and turning Nigeria's energy resources into prosperity for all Nigerians. NNPC is the national sponsor of the Nigerian International Energy Summit. The event will take place from the 2nd to the 5th of February 2026 in Abuja. The theme is Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future. NNPC is powering Nigeria's growth today and for generations to come. I look forward to seeing you in February at NIES 2026 in Abuja.
It's the beginning of a new chapter as the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission announces the opening of the 2025 license.
The presidential tour of the exhibition, and of course, arrival of His Excellency, the President of the Gambia and the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who is representing Let me also acknowledge the Group Chief Communication Officer for NNPC, Mr. Andy O'Day. Very good morning to you, Morgan. It's good to see you. Engineer Luka Ej, the CEO of Dover Engineering. Good morning to you as well. As you can see, the president is taking the tour of the virtual exhibition, as I said earlier. They would come in here, and then we'll start this event. And I'm assuring you again, it's going to be a short one. The opening ceremony, the spotlights, the international panel, and we're done. Let me begin again Let me appeal to all the speakers. You've been given time already, but for how much time we have lost? You will hear the whispers of time when you come to speak. Please keep to that time. We greatly appreciate it in advance. Thank you for your usual cooperation. For those in need of a translation device for this event, French translation is provided. You can talk to any of our hostesses or ushers if you prefer, and they can get you a device. We have translation for one language, French. We're now welcoming into the room His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, represented by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Republic of Nigeria, in the company of His Excellency President Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, Your Excellencies, a warm welcome to you. Your Excellencies, you're welcome. Thank you for joining us. We will now take the national anthem of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland.
Thank you very much. We may be seated.
Nigeria is ready for business. Nigeria is a very, very attractive investment destination. We have developed enormous local capacity.
NNPC is powering Nigeria's growth today and for generations to come.
Unlocking the full potential of this continent's great potential is a priority for OPEC.
The time has come for Africans to decolonize their minds, take our destinies into our own hands, so that future generations of Africans will inherit a better Africa.
As we convene, let us seize this opportunity to forge new partnerships, explore innovative financing mechanisms, and accelerate the development of Nigeria's gas sector.
Nine years and counting, creating a platform for stakeholders to come together and deliberate on the future of an industry. I think that deserves a round of applause. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is the 9th edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit on the theme Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future. Let me continue this morning by establishing the protocol. But before I do that, just be informed that please keep your phones on silence. The exit doors are clearly marked. The muster point is outside of the building. Ask the hostesses for the lavatories if you need to use one. Let me continue by acknowledging one more time the presence of His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the Chief Host for NIES, ably represented by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, good morning. We're also joined by His Excellency Adama Barrow, the President of the Republic of the Gambia. Your Excellency, a very good morning to you. Good to see you again. We're joined by His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasongo, the President and Head of State of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, represented by Mr. Domingo Umba Esono, the Deputy Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbons of Equatorial Guinea. Good morning. I'd like to acknowledge the presence here of members of the National Assembly of Nigeria who have joined us. I've seen no particular one before I came up, but if you're here, we welcome and we acknowledge you. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the President of APO and the Honorable Minister of Energy of Côte d'Ivoire, Monsieur Mamadoua Sangofowa Coulibaly. Bienvenue. Of course, our own host minister, the distinguished Senator Heineken Lukobiri, the Honorable Minister of State Petroleum Resources Oil. Distinguished, a very good morning to you and a warm welcome. We're also joined by the Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Energy of the Gambia, the Honorable Nani Juwara. Good morning and welcome. We're also joined by the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Gambia, Sering Modo Njie. A very good morning to you and a warm welcome. Before I came up, I have not cited other cabinet ministers of the Republic of Nigeria, but if you're here and have not seen you, we extend our NIES 2026 welcome to you. We're also joined by the Deputy Minister of Energy and Green Transition of the Republic of Ghana, Akwaba, Honorable Richard Gian Mensah, MP. Welcome. The Honorable Minister of Mineral Resources and Petroleum of Angola, Diamantino Pedro Azevedo, as represented here by Dr. Estavo Pedro. Warm welcome. His Excellency Bruno Jean Richard Itoa, the Honorable Minister of Hydrocarbons of the Congo, Brazzaville, is represented at this event by Mr. Leon Vumbo Mata Momona. A warm welcome to you. The Honorable Minister of Energy and Petroleum Mines at Senegal, Birame Soli Diop, is represented at this event by Monsieur Tieno Seydou Lee. A warm welcome to you. The Honorable Minister of Hydrocarbons and Mines of Algeria, represented by Mr. Miloud Mejilid. A warm welcome to you. The Secretary General of State in charge of Electricity and Renewable Energies of Equatorial Guinea is also here, Carlos Esono Ntumu. A warm welcome to you. And of course, our Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Mrs. Patience Oyekunle, warm welcome to you. Members of the Diplomatic Corps, heads of agency of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, I see the Commission Chief Executive, Mrs. Ayeson Orishemeyiwa here, Engineer Felix Omashola Ogwe represented, the ace of NMDPRA represented by Mr. Ogari, the ES of PTDF as represented. I'd like to also acknowledge His Excellency who is joining us virtually, Dr. Philip Michel Bila, the Secretary General of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum. We're also joined this morning by the Secretary General of APO, Mr. Farid Ghezali, and of course, the man he took over from immediate past, Secretary General of APO, and the African Chairman for World Energy Council, Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim. I'd like to also acknowledge the Executive Secretary of the African Refiners and Distributors Association, Engineer Nibo Kraga. Of course, the Group Chief Executive is here of NNPC, Engineer Bayo Ojulari. Good morning to you, sir. The Chairman of OPTS, Mr. Mathieu Bouye, and indeed all MDs of the OPTS member companies. Engineer Degbite Falade, the Chairman of IPPG and CEO of Aradel Holdings, and all IPPG member companies, CEOs of all of our sponsoring companies, platinum member companies especially, the Chairman and Presidents of Industry Associations, Captains of Industry, members of the Fourth Estate of the Realm, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is fitting at this time to give yourselves a warm round of applause, especially for your patience in cooperation with us this morning. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are assembled today not merely in the Hall of State or simply to open a summit, but to frame a conversation whose consequences will long outlive these proceedings. We stand at the moment of consequence, a moment when the future of energy, peace, and prosperity are no longer parallel conversations, but a single indivisible narrative. It is therefore profoundly fitting that the Nigeria International Energy Summit 2026 examines a question that defines our era: how energy, wisely governed, can secure our shared future. Energy, history reminds us, has always been a double-edged force. It has powered civilization forward, yet it has also fueled division where governance failed and equity was absent. Today, as global demand rises and as geopolitical tensions rise and reshape supply chains, and as the world navigates the transition to cleaner systems, one truth stands firm: energy security is inseparable from national security, and prosperity cannot exist without peace. Hence the theme for this year's event. My name is Richmond Osuji. I like to refer to myself as a first-class talk service provider, and I'm delighted, honored, and privileged to stand here before you for the next few hours to master the opening ceremony of the 9th edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit. A quick run through to the first part of this opening ceremony. As I'm done, we'll take a welcome address from the Managing Director, of course, of Brevity Anderson, the organizers on behalf of the Nigerian government of this event. The Permanent Secretary will take center stage. And of course, IPPG Chairman, one of our leading sponsors, will speak to us. The national sponsor will address us. Goodwill messages will come from APO, from ARDA, from GCEF, and then we'll proceed to a remark from the World Energy Council. The ministers will take center stage, and then we'll listen to the presidents. A group photograph, which order I will announce earlier, will follow the national pledge to close this part of the event, and His Excellency will depart. We will continue with the spotlight session following that. Your Excellencies, join me now in welcoming a man who was saddled with the responsibility 9 years ago to create a platform that would be somewhere close or more in the future than the OTC held in Houston every year. He took that mantle on behalf of the government of Nigeria and has continued to run with purpose, vision, and focus. Welcome, Managing Director and CEO of Brevity Anderson, Dr. James Shindi, for his opening comments.
Thank you. I'm still out of breath doing the exhibition tour with His Excellencies. I think they're very fit gentlemen, honestly. But thank you, Excellencies, for being here this morning. With your permission, I'd like to please just stand on existing protocols to save time. So I'd just like to say, Your Excellencies, distinguished heads of state, honorable ministers, esteemed sponsors, industry leaders, partners, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Brevity Anderson, it is my distinct honor to welcome you to the 9th edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit 2026. We're deeply grateful for your presence as we gather under the powerful and timely theme, Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future. We extend our profound appreciation to our chief host, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, for his unwavering support and leadership in advancing Nigeria's energy framework, regional collaboration, and sustainable development agenda. His commitment continues to position Nigeria as a strategic hub for energy dialogue and investment across Africa and beyond. We are especially honored to welcome two distinguished African heads of state, His Excellency Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia, and His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema Basogo, President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea. Your presence underscores the shared continental resolve to harness energy as a catalyst for peace, economic growth, and regional stability. Our sincere appreciation goes to the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, under whose auspices we're able to organize this event, the local organizing committee, our valued sponsors, partners, stakeholders, whose dedication and collaboration have made this summit possible. Your continued support strengthens NIES as a premium platform for policy dialogue, investment partnerships, and innovation in the energy sector. As we engage over the coming days, let us focus on building resilient energy systems, expanding access, and accelerating sustainable solutions, and fostering cross-border cooperation that secures prosperity for our people and peace for our region. Once again, welcome to NIES 2026. Together, let us shape a shared future powered by opportunity, partnership, and progress. God bless us.
Thank you very much, Dr. James Shindi, CEO of Brevity Anderson, organizers on behalf of the Federal Government of Nigeria of the Nigeria International Energy Summit. Please appreciate them one more time with a round of applause. When I came into this room this morning, he was flying in from Doha, where he represented Nigeria on gas issues. I didn't know he was in the room now. The Right Honorable Bogamekwerepo Ekpo. Good morning to you, sir. I acknowledge you. Thank you for joining us. And of course, the Senate President, the uncommon Senate President, I've just been informed, is also represented by the distinguished Senator Eten Williams, the Chairman, Senate Committee Upstream. Also just seeing you. Very good morning to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. And indeed, all his Senator colleagues and House of Rep members, we welcome all of you. Please indulge me to continue on the already established protocol as I speak through the what is left of time for this opening ceremony. Onwards now to our next address for this opening ceremony. Welcome with me the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Mrs. Patience Oyekunle, for the PS's address.
Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by His Excellency, Vice President Kashim Shettima, GCON. Your Excellency, President Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia. Your Excellency, President Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasongo, President of the Equatorial Guinea, ably represented by His Excellency Domingo Mba Nsongo, the National Assembly members, honorable ministers, heads of government parastatals, industry leaders and partners, esteemed delegates, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. On behalf of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources and all stakeholders in the oil and gas industry, it is my honor and privilege to welcome you to the 9th edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit with the theme, Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future. We are deeply honored to host this distinguished gathering here in Nigeria, in our capital city, Abuja. I extend a special welcome to our President, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and his esteemed presidents and leaders from across Africa and beyond who have honored us with their presence. I also warmly welcome our valued industry stakeholders, international partners, and delegates who have traveled to join us for this important summit. Your presence reaffirms the significance of Nigeria's role in the global and regional energy conversation and the importance of collaboration across borders and sectors for the development of the oil and gas sector. As we begin this year's summit, I wish all of us a successful and impactful deliberation. May our engagement here lead to deeper understanding, stronger partnerships, and practical outcomes for the interest of our common good. Thank you and welcome once again to Nigeria, to the 2026 Nigeria International Energy Summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Patience Oyekunle, Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Petroleum Resources. If we're talking about energy for peace, we're talking about energy for security and prosperity, then if he's here, we must acknowledge the time he has made to be here. The Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa. Very good morning to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, they, upon emergence, have helped stabilize and continue to grow Nigeria's oil and gas production, playing a critical part in not just helping the country in forex, but also helping the country develop human capital and indeed empower host communities. They are the Independence Petroleum Producers Group, and their chairman will address us now. Please welcome Engineer Adegbite Falade, Chairman IPPG, CEO Aradel Holdings PLC.
Your Excellencies, distinguished senators, honorable members of the House of Representatives, honorable ministers, members of the diplomatic corps, international partners, captains of industries, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to start by acknowledging and thanking the presence of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria and the person of Senator Ahmed Bola Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON. I'd like to also acknowledge the presence of our dear President from Gambia, President Barrow, and also the President from Equatorial Guinea, represented here. Thank you all for making it here this morning. I'm delighted on behalf of the Independent Petroleum Producers Group, IPPG, to welcome you to this ninth edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit, NIES, the opening ceremony. Let me also extend the appreciation to our ministers in the petroleum industry, specifically distinguished Senator Enikin Lokobiri, the Honorable Minister of State for Oil, and also Right Honorable Ekperipe Ekpo. Please permit me to adopt the protocol that had already been established prior to now. It's my conviction that this year's summit will be very deeply engaging, very thought-provoking, and solution-driven. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we meet at a time when the world is changing faster than ever before. Global energy systems are being reshaped by conflict, by shifting alliances, and by the growing realities of energy insecurity. These forces remind us of a simple truth, that in today's interconnected world, energy has no borders. The shocks in one region ripple across continents, and Africa, and indeed Nigeria, are not shielded from these pressures. This is why the theme of this year's Energy Summit, Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future, is timely and appropriate. It challenges us to think beyond the present and to confront the deeper question of how we build stability and prosperity through our God-given resources. It calls on us to look inward and shape our own path, to design an energy future that is rooted in economic growth and development. If we're to secure peace, if we're to deliver prosperity, then Africa, and indeed Nigeria, must take ownership of its energy destiny. And that journey must accelerate even now. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of this address is a simple but very powerful message that Nigeria must build an energy industry that can sustain itself, that can deliver real and lasting value to all Nigerians, and grow through collaboration and grow through consolidation rather than through fragmentation. The future of our industry lies not in the old model of extraction and exports of our raw hydrocarbons, but it lies in creating in-country value that fuels our economy and increasingly contributes to our GDP growth. This is the challenge for us in this particular summit. It's one that requires scale, which can only be achieved as we collaborate and consolidate across all the vertical lines of operators, service companies, regulators, and investors. Since the 2025 edition of the summit, Nigeria's oil and gas industry has recorded very notable progresses across the entire value chain. Across the upstream, we've scaled up in terms of our liquid production. Gas production has grown significantly. This growth in liquid has been supported by increase in export pipeline availability, reduced crude losses, and stronger indigenous contribution to production. For the first time, indigenous producers and independents now account for more than 50% of national production. Under the watch of Mr. President, necessary approvals were granted to major upstream M&A activities, and this further increased local ownership and strengthened operational control among indigenous players. We've also seen notable progress in the midstream sector. We've seen progresses being made in giant strides in the downstream sector. On the policy and regulatory fronts, we continue to see significant reforms. We continue to see sustained implementation of the PIA and strengthening of same through the issuance of relevant and appropriate executive orders. All these demonstrate Mr. President's commitment to an industry that is strong, that is viral, and will continue to be the backbone of our economic development, without which we cannot talk about peace, without which we cannot talk about prosperity. Collectively, these developments reflect meaningful progress in rebuilding confidence, boosting investment, and positioning the oil and gas sector for stronger growth. However, a few things still remain by way of work ahead of us as all stakeholders if we're to build an energy industry that is truly self-sufficient and that consistently creates value for the nation. It's on this note that, on behalf of IPPG, I'd like to highlight a few key important areas where we need to sustain our focus and attention if our industry will deliver the much needed peace and prosperity. In no particular order, we must continue to create an industry that allows the thriving and the inflow of private capital to build our midstream infrastructure. Without this, we will not be able to bridge the massive gap in potential that we have today in our contribution to the nation's GDP. Number two, if we're going to do this, we must reduce bureaucracy. We must streamline industry fees and related charges just to make sure that operators remain competitive. Our industry today operates at a significantly elevated premium in cost relative to other non-shale jurisdictions. We must address the issue of access to long-term and affordable capital. On this note, we'd like to applaud the support of the federal government of Nigeria, the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, and other critical stakeholders in delivering the establishment of the Africa Energy Bank. We must sustain the tempo on this. Number three, we must ensure policy stability and adopt competitive fiscal frameworks that support resource monetization and stimulate industrial growth. And last but not the least, we must stay focused in building investor confidence through full and effective implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act, supported by strong, transparent, and predictable regulatory institutions. In conclusion, Nigeria must build an oil and gas industry that can sustain itself, that can deliver real and lasting value to all Nigerians. Realizing this aspiration will require very bold and decisive actions to bring about wholesome changes across the entire energy sector. I'd like to state that IPPG stands ready to play its part, and we reaffirm our continued full commitment to these government aspirations. I thank you all for your kind attention and wish you all a highly productive and engaging time here at the 9th edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Degbite Falade, the Chairman of IPPG and the Chief Executive Officer of Aradel Holdings PLC, stating there what they have been doing as IPPG members to help the country achieve her aspirations. Please give them one more round of applause. Some say that one of the reasons for the increased confidence in the Nigerian oil and gas industry is the quality of leadership that we have at the National Oil Company. The appointments by the President in recent time showed his commitment to helping this industry accelerate the needed growth. To speak to us now is one of such appointments that helped increase confidence in the industry. Please welcome with me the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC, Engineer Bashir Bayo Ojulari.
The President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, distinguished African heads of state present, state governors present, honorable ministers, members of the National Assembly present, honorable ministers from other African countries, our regulators and policy leaders here present, our traditional rulers, some of which I've seen, representatives of the development partners and ministerial institutions present, captains of industry and investors, leaders of our host community, where we strive, members of the academia and civil society present, esteemed international delegates, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, permit me to cover the remaining protocols as established. NNPC is proud to be the national sponsor, definitely on behalf of the industry, but most importantly, on behalf of our ultimate shareholders, the Nigerians. But sometimes we need to remind ourselves we are owned by Nigerians. So we're glad to be here. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished leaders and visionaries, it is a profound honor to welcome you to the Nigeria International Energy Summit 2026, a gathering not just of industry players, but of architects of world energy's future. This summit is more than an annual event. It is a stage where ideas, ambitions, innovation, and leadership coverage to shape destinies of nations, Nigeria, other African countries, and our interactions with the rest of the world. Today we meet at a historic moment. Energy is no longer a sector. It is the lifeblood of global peace, security, and human development and prosperity. Modern energy systems determine whether societies can thrive, whether industries can flourish, and whether nations can stand secure in a rapid changing world. And in this pivotal moment, Nigeria stands not at the margins, but at the center of Africa's and the world's energy evolution. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, from the discovery of fire to the steam engines of the Industrial Revolution, to the dominance of crude oil and natural gas, human progress has always marched in steps with energy progress. The story of civilization is in many ways the story of energy innovation. Oil and gas transformed economies, created millions of jobs, birthed global industries, and lifted entire nations into unprecedented prosperity. Nigeria is one of those nations. Our economic history, our industrial foundation, and our social development have all been profoundly shaped by hydrocarbons. But the world is changing, and so must we as Nigerians, Africans, and all our partners and well-wishers. Across the continent, new technologies, climate concerns, demographic pressures, and economic realities are reshaping energy systems. The transition is not about shifting fuels. It is about reimaging societies, retraining people, retooling industries, and redesigning global value chains. For Africa, the challenge is uniquely complex. We face a trilemma, which are, one, challenges around energy accessibility, which is ensuring every citizen can access modern, reliable energy. Two, energy affordability, ensuring energy does not become a luxury. It's something that every home in Africa should access and be available to. And thirdly, energy sustainability, around preserving our environment and safeguarding our future generations. Balancing these three while still striving for growth, while still striving for job creation and industrial competitiveness requires courage. It requires leveraging our God-given intelligence and ingenuity and talents. It requires unity of purpose. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Africa and Nigeria can be described to be at a turning point. With over 600 million Africans still lacking electricity, the continent's priority cannot be a copy and paste. Ours must be a just, equitable, people-centered energy addition, one that lifts our people out of poverty, powers industries, support agriculture, transform transportation, and unleashes the creativity of our African youth. Nigeria is uniquely positioned to lead this charge. With over 37 billion barrels of oil and 209 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, we are not just Africa's strategic energy reserve holder. We are an emerging global energy powerhouse with the responsibility to power Africa's rise and contribute meaningfully to the rest of Africa and to the global stability. As such, ladies and gentlemen, pathway to prosperous future lies in our collective ability to leverage our resource abundance, especially as gas sits at the heart of our strategy. It is our pride that gas is a bridge to a cleaner future, our engine for industrialization, and our foundation for export-led growth. Though gas, and with gas, homes are illuminated, factories are revived, fertilizer production is strengthened, manufacturing is enabled, and foreign exchange earning is expanded. Our recent achievements reflect this momentum. The presentation of the NNPC Gas Master Plan last week and the remarkable progress of our strategic gas infrastructure projects, the OB3 and the AKK pipelines, and we are moving forward this year to also expand the ELPS pipeline, and the regional pipeline project signal a new era of planning discipline, infrastructure development, and long-term commitments. These projects are more than a pipeline. They are a highway for economic opportunities. Distinguished participants, at NNPC Ltd, we see ourselves not just as a commercial entity, but a peace and prosperity enabler. We are advancing boldly, expanding gas utilization nationwide, reducing gas flaring significantly, strengthening domestic gas supply reliably, and accelerating gas monetization through LNG systems, pipelines, and regional markets. With strategic investment in pipeline facilities, processing plants, and digital infrastructure, we are creating the backbone for a competitive energy economy, one that is powered by innovation, safety, efficiency, and environmental responsibility. But our transformation is not only technical, it is cultural. We are nurturing a new generation of professionals grounded in accountability, performance excellence, and national service. This strategic shift under the bold leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, are positioning Nigeria in a global competitive investment destination. From fiscal stability to policy liberalization and security improvements, the President's actions demonstrate an unwavering commitment to a stronger, more prosperous Nigerians. Hence, as we look to the future of our ambition, we are very clear and unwavering that a Nigeria powered, abundant, responsible, and responsibly harnessed energy. We look forward to an Africa rising in the strength of innovation, industrialization, and regional collaboration. We look forward to a world where energy becomes a bridge, never a barrier to prosperity. A global community where sustainability and development are not competing priorities, but shared values. This is our moment, ladies and gentlemen. It is our responsibility. This is our opportunity to build a selfless, prosperous Nigeria that uplifts Africa and contributes meaningfully to the peace and progress of the world. Let's move forward together. Governments, industry, investors, communities, and partners across the world. Let us unite to power a future of peace, prosperity, and possibility. Let this summit not just be a gathering of minds, but a turning point in history. Thank you, and may this summit ignite a new era of Nigerian energy future that benefits Africa and inspires the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Bashir Bayo Julari, Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC Ltd. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. In line with speeding through this opening ceremony, I go over now to my next speaker. For those who have the agenda, there's a slight tweak here and there, so please just ride along with me as those tweaks, you observe them. Okay, there's a commitment to ensure that Africa does not only continue to increase capacity for upstream business, but they always like to remind us, as he prefers to say, which of us came here with a liter of crude in our respective vehicles. You need to refine and distribute them. So he is responsible for driving that conversation. Executive Secretary, African Refiners and Distributors Association, ARDA. Please welcome Engineer Anibo Kraga.
His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, the Vice President. His Excellency Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of Gambia. His Excellency Teodoro Obang Ngema Mbasolo, President and Head of State of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, represented by Domingo Mba Esono. Senator Henneken Lopopiri, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources Oil. Right Honorable Obong Ekberikpe, Minister of State Petroleum Resources Gas. His Excellency Mamadou Sangofo Klibai, my host Minister of the ADA Secretariat, Minister of Mines, Petroleum and Energy for the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, ADA Executive Committee members here present, industry leaders and partners, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the organizers of the Nigeria International Energy Summit for inviting me to deliver this goodwill message on behalf of the African Refiners and Distributors Association and its 80 members, comprising refiners, independent marketers, distributors and regulators across our beloved continent. Nigeria actually boasts 10 other members, and our executive committee has 4 key members: the NNPC Ltd, NMDPRA, Rain Oil, and the Sahara Group. We also enjoy support from Oando, Aradel, and other key supporters. As the ADA Executive Secretary, a Pan-African citizen, and a proud Nigerian, it gives me great pleasure to participate in today's critical dialogue on global energy, global policy convergence, and energy leadership at this pivotal time in Africa's history. Africa, as the world grapples with a new geopolitical order and associated economic realities, Africa must seize this opportunity to build a robust intra-African domestic oil and gas industry that champions energy security in order to meet our continent's growing future energy demands. Key facts: Africa's energy demand is going to grow about 60% between now and 2050. 1 in 2 people born globally in their period will be African. And Nigeria will have the world's 3rd largest population by 2050. But in reality, most Nigerians will never see a barrel of crude oil. However, Nigerians, and indeed all Africans, must use petroleum products, gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, or LPG to fuel their daily lives. ARDA remains committed to promoting a resilient downstream oil and gas sector focused on delivering cleaner transport and cooking fuels, integrated regional storage and distribution infrastructure, and value-added petrochemical projects, as these will serve as powerful economic multipliers. When Africa refines its crude oil and processes more of our natural gas within the continent, this will not only deepen inter-African regional trade and strengthen our local currencies, but also ensure that our economies are more resilient to global geopolitical shocks. Our association applauds key industry players in Nigeria, like the game-changing Dangote refinery, for its positive impact on supplying West African and international markets, Indorama 11 Petrochemicals Limited for its plastics and fertilizer production, as well as NNPC Ltd, Walter Smith, Aradel, and the Crude Oil Refinery Owners Association of Nigeria for all their key initiatives. I must use this opportunity to congratulate Nigeria for the landmark achievement of formally handing over the African Energy Bank headquarters in Abuja to Apple yesterday. This significant milestone has set the stage for Apple and Afreximbank to kick off the much-needed $5 billion financial institution this year and commence the critical role of providing much-needed financing to African oil and gas projects. ARDA is committed to working with its members and key stakeholders to develop a register of bankable energy infrastructure projects that cut across the downstream value chain: refineries, terminals and depots, pipelines, LPG cylinder manufacturing and bottling plants, etc., to be financed by this laudable energy bank. All these projects, of course, must follow critical success factors like effective regulatory frameworks over the investment horizons of investors, adequate project preparation to ascertain scope, cost, and schedule of these projects, incorporation of clear ESG objectives and strategic human capital initiatives to deliver projected business plans. Finally, I must close with a quote from the great Muhammad Ali: "If your dreams don't scare you, they aren't big enough." Nigeria must aggressively pursue its goal of becoming a West African refining hub. But this activity must look beyond traditional refining and strategically position the country for providing low-carbon, sustainable energy solutions like green hydrogen, ammonia, and second-generation biofuels, but to support the anticipated immense growth in inter-regional and international trade in coming years. The International Maritime Organization has set goals for net zero emissions for shipping by 2050 and low-carbon alternative fuels like methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen. Nigeria alone receives over 4,000 ships a year. You can do the math. And when you start to add ports like Ghana and Senegal, you see the opportunity. Similarly, the International Civil Aviation Organization has mandated net zero emissions by 2050, and Nigeria has 2 of the top 10 airports by air traffic on the continent. We're not even looking at these yet, and I believe these are opportunities for the continent. Such strategic refinery hub initiatives must be led by the West African Regulators Forum, WAF, whose current chairman is the Authority Chief Executive of Nigeria's NMDPRA. ARDA supports WAF and similar bodies to promote regional integration via harmonized standards, interconnected infrastructure, and open competitive markets to enable sustainable refined products move seamlessly across our borders. Nigeria and indeed Africa are poised to play pivotal leadership roles to add value to its God-given natural resources on the path to ensuring our continent's energy security in coming decades. ARDA looks forward to supporting its Nigerian and Pan-African members and stakeholders going forward, and invites everyone to join us for our landmark 20th anniversary 2026 ARDA Week in Cape Town, South Africa in April, with the theme ARDA at 20, Fueling Africa's Industrialization. I'm confident that Nigeria's downstream sector will definitely play a role in securing Africa's energy future, and wish everyone successful deliberations during this year's summit. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Engineer Nebo Krager is one of those NNPC exports to the rest of the world. So there's how NNP is also impacting lives, right? Thank you very much. Please give him one more round of applause. All right. Quickly, let me just quickly acknowledge the presence of the Chairman, House Committee, Petroleum Upstream, Crude Upstream. The Right Honorable Hassan Adodogowa, good morning to you, and thank you for joining us. Okay, back to my agenda. Without any further delay, I go, and this time, they are the voice that are ensuring that Africans not only come together, but they come together with a meaningful impact on how this industry is governed and how funds are raised to drive projects here in this industry. They are the African Petroleum Producers Organization, and their Secretary General will be speaking to us at this time. Please welcome with me His Excellency Farid Ghazali.
Your Excellency, Mr. Kashim Shettima, Vice President for the Federal Republic of Nigeria, representative of the President of the Republic Federal of Nigeria. Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Republic of Gambia, Adama Barrow. Your Excellencies, Ministers, dear CEOs of national and international oil companies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure and pride that I stand before you today, here in Abuja for the prestigious Nigerian International Energy Summit 26. I would like to express my deep gratitude to the Nigerian government and its people for their hospitality and the warm welcome extended to us at this event that embodies so well our common theme, energy for peace and prosperity. Energy is, without a doubt, the engine of peace and prosperity. It lights our homes, powers of our industries, creates jobs, and propels us into a brighter future. For Africa, which is rich in energy resources, the challenge is not only to extract, but to transform these resources into real shared wealth for our populations. Ladies and gentlemen, despite our immense potential, Africa is facing a paradoxical and frustrating reality. We are still exporting about 70% of our crude oil and 45% of our natural gas, losing $15 billion per year, 15 billion per year, in added value that we could generate locally, especially in the midstream and downstream segments. Financing remains the main bottleneck, hindering the development of our strategic projects. More than 150 essential projects, from refineries to pipelines such as the AKK pipeline to gas infrastructure, remain blocked. What for? Because the cost of financing in Africa is 15–20% compared to only 4 to 6% in Asia. This disparity is unacceptable and slows down our progress. In addition, the fragmentation of our energy financial ecosystem is a challenge. Our 18 national oil companies, NOCs, in APO often operate in isolation, without a common stock exchange, which severely limits regional synergies and our collective ability to attract massive capital. Faced with this emergency, APO has worked tirelessly to forge a resolutely African and pragmatic solution, which is called the African Energy Bank. I am proud to announce that the African Energy Bank, which is scheduled to launch here in Abuja in the first half of 26, is much more than just a financial institution. It is a Pan-African platform for the exchange of equipment, energy services, and above all, a catalyst for innovative financing to support structuring African energy projects. Because I think it's time to produce what we are consuming and to consume what we are producing. Thank you. Thank you. The Africa Energy Bank is designed to unlock the 200 billion needed for our midstream downstream project by 2030. And beyond, how are you going to deal with that? Immediate liquidity. The Africa Energy Bank will allow the listing of shares of our how it is called, the society, the national companies and flagship projects such as the Dangote refinery or the Akaka pipeline, for example. Our goal is to raise $15 billion in just 3 years with this increased liquidity. Competitive regional pricing. The Africa Energy Bank will unify intra-African pricing for gas and oil, allowing our member countries to achieve savings of up to 30% on their energy imports, a potential gain of $1.4 billion for Africa. Direct access to investors. The Africa Energy Bank will connect our certified projects to the world's largest sovereign wealth fund, such as IDAA and PIF, as well as to capital markets with structured green bonds and public-private partnerships, PPPs. Excellencies, Minister, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to present you our ambitious roadmap for the Africa Energy Bank, which is divided in 3 phases. Phase 1, which, as I said, in the first half of 26, launch the African Energy Bank platform with 10 pilot projects involving countries such as Nigeria, Angola, Libya. APO certification, I repeat, APO certification and integration of IOCs such as Shell or ENI. Phase 2, in 27, we plan to start a regional gas oil trading, integrating the principle of the Brazzaville Declaration for the 50% local content. Phase 3, reaching the 2030. Africa Energy Bank will be a true African financial hub with $200 billion mobilized to support the gas transition and energy transformation of our continent. The quantified benefits speak for themselves. Project financing for billions of dollars, regional saving of around 30% of import cost, 500,000 direct jobs created in the local midstream, attractiveness for sovereign wealth funds and global investors. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not mistaken. We are not mistaken if we affirm that Africa has already proven its ability to achieve great things. The NCDMB in Nigeria, for example, with its $5 billion in local contract through partnership with IOCs, is an aspiring model for local contracts through partnership with IOC, is an inspiring model of local content. The realization of large projects such as the Dangote refinery, which was able to attract private capital once de-risked, are concrete proof that our project can and will attract local and international investors if we offer them the right framework. Today from Abuja, the capital of the country that will host the Bank Africa Energy, thanks to the Republic Federal of Nigeria, I propose to seal an Abuja Pact, a collective commitment by Nigeria and several other APO members countries to launch and make the Africa Energy Bank full operational by mid-26. Thank you. This pact will align perfectly with the discussion we will have here at NIES 26 on local content and regional gas diplomacy. It is by joining forces, pooling our resources, and embracing this shared vision that APO and Nigeria can assert themselves as undisputed leaders in Africa energy financing. Together, let us turn energy into a real lever for peace and prosperity for all Africa. Let us make the Africa Energy Bank the engine for our energy sovereignty and economic development. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. So Fareed Ghazali, Secretary General of African Petroleum Producers Organization, APO, telling us what they're doing to help Africa get to her desired destination. Please, a round of applause for His Excellency. Okay, we've been nearing the completion of a number of pipelines across our midstream space, and I'd like to acknowledge the committee that oversees that and many more in the downstream petroleum resources. The chairman is here, Honorable Prince Henry Odiano-Okoje. Very good morning to you, Honorable, and welcome to this event. Okay, onwards. I continue now to another address, and this time we're going to the Gas Exporting Countries Forum. I was prepping to receive this address virtually, but I just got a chat a few minutes ago to say I am here in person to take this address. A brand new Secretary General of the Forum and our very own expatriate, if you like, now to the world. Please welcome His Excellency, Dr. Philip Michel Bila.
Thank you very much, Richmond. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to adopt the prior established protocols in order to help us save time. It is a profound honor for me to stand here and to address you today at the NIES 2026. This moment is deeply personal for me, as it is the first public address in Nigeria since I assumed office as the Secretary General of the GECF. And because it is coming at this particular time that is extremely critical for Nigeria, because I believe that today Nigeria stands at the forefront of Africa's gas story. You cannot tell the African gas story without Nigeria. And there's a lot that is happening and unfolding. But let me start with a little bit about the Gas Exporting Countries Forum. It is a forum that unites 20 member countries that represent 70% of the world's proven natural gas reserves. It also represents about half of the world's LNG market or exports. And Nigeria is a pioneer member of the GECF and has always helped to shape this organization into what it is today. And today, we hold not only the position of Secretary General, but also the rotating presidency of the GECF for the year 2026. I therefore would like to recognize His Excellency, our own Honorable Minister of State for Gas, Ekpo, who is also the president of the Ministerial meeting of the GECF for this year. Global energy demand has escalated from about 40 exajoules in the 18th century to about 635 exajoules as at 2024. This has enabled unprecedented industrialization and improvements in living standards. And yet, fossil fuels continue to dominate this energy mix. It is important to note, however, that at the same time, 700 million people still lack access to electricity, and an even bigger number lack access to clean cooking. This defines the central question of our era, especially as participants in the oil and gas sector. And the question is, how do we provide more and cleaner energy, but for all? This question is even more pertinent in Africa, where demographics will add another 1 billion people to the population by 2050, taking us to about 2.5 billion. This will be the fastest growing region in terms of population over the next 25 years. The answer to that question is not in rehashing what we have always done and what has gotten us here. The answer lies in thinking differently. And I want to throw a challenge to say that if you're a business, a parastatal, a ministry, whatever it is that you do, if in your long-term planning you have not factored in the 400 million Nigerians that will be in this country in another 25 years, you have to go back to the drawing board. And if your business or activity covers Africa and you're not thinking about the 2.5 billion, you need to go back to the drawing board. Because all of us are responsible not just to meet the needs of today, but to ensure that the population of tomorrow, that their needs are also met. And it's not just the numbers that are changing, but the per capita consumption of energy of individuals is also changing, and especially in places where people are rising out of poverty and increasing numbers are getting into the middle class. And so, as a nation, we have to think about how we are going to provide health care for 400 million people, education, and not just education as we've always done it, because the skill sets that will be needed will be completely different. How will we provide services, infrastructure? But I want to focus on energy. Natural gas has demonstrated remarkable resilience as a critical cornerstone of the current and future energy mix, even amid recent crises. In fact, the crises have shown exactly what the importance of natural gas is, for those who might have been forgetting. When we think about the developments with regards to the energy mix in general, you will find that over the long term, GECF analysis shows that global primary energy demand will rise by nearly 20% by 2050, driven by strong economic growth and the population increase. But meeting this demand securely, affordably, and sustainably is one of the significant challenges of this century and of leaders like ourselves. Natural gas stands at the center of this challenge as the cleanest hydrocarbon. Its share of global primary energy is expected to rise from about 23% today to about 26% by 2050. But achieving this will require significant investment, as more than 80% of future supply comes from fields that are not yet producing today. And those that are familiar with me know how I keep talking about the untapped resources that we have as a country in Nigeria's deep water. We have gas in the deep water that we have not yet tapped. For Africa, the implications are profound. The continent's energy consumption per capita is barely 1/3 of the global average. While more than 600 million Africans still lack access to electricity, GECF analysis indicates that Africa's total energy consumption must at least triple by 2050 to place the continent on a genuine path out of energy poverty. This requires a structural transformation. Natural gas is central to this transformation. Whether it is converted into electricity, whether it is used for fertilizer production to strengthen food security, whether it is scaling up LPG production in order to provide clean cooking, whatever it is, we must deploy the resource that we have been blessed with in order to transform our national economy and the lives of our people. Nigeria is already demonstrating leadership. The PIA, the Decade of Gas, most recently NNPC's Gas Master Plan, and so on and so forth. And all of these are steps that we are making in the right direction. I would like to say, in conclusion, that at the GECF, we are fully committed to working with Nigeria and other African countries to uphold the right to development, advance a just and orderly energy transition, and ensure equitable participation in global gas and energy markets. Together, we can ensure that Africa's vast gas resources become a powerful engine for energy access, industrialization, and sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Dr. Philip Michel Bila, Secretary General, Gas Exporting Countries Forum, giving us their view and perspective. Onwards now to the view and perspective of the World Energy Council, as I welcome their chairman for Africa, His Excellency Dr. Omar Farouk Ibrahim.
Lip service, you started by intimidating us that we don't have much time, so I'll just speak off the cuff. Your Excellency, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President of the Federal Republic and Commander-in-Chief, ably represented by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, the Vice President of the Federal Republic, Your Excellency Adama Barrow, President of the Gambia, Your Excellency Theodore Mbasogo, President of the Equatorial Guinea, represented, Excellencies, Ministers of the Federal Republic, as well as visiting ministers, legislators, captains of the industry, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, when I stood to speak here as Secretary General of the African Petroleum Producers Organization, I had lamented the fact that when I went to all African countries where energy events take place, whether it is Cairo, Algeria, Libya, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Namibia, Mozambique, the presidents of those countries make sure that they are there in person. The symbolism of that is that you send a message that at the highest level, that industry has support. That message is more critical than all the jamborees we do going around the world trying to attract so-called foreign investors. I had passed a message that our president should please symbolically show his face so that the investors will say that, yes, this is exactly what the president thinks. I want to say, or I want to thank President Bola Ahmed Tinubu today, for though he hasn't been able to come, he has sent his younger brother, the vice president, to represent him. The next thing I want to say is the theme of this year's 2026 NIES. Energy for peace and prosperity, securing our shared future. As I sat there hearing from Bite Falade to Bayo to Farid, Anibo, I was asking myself, if we think this way, why are we where we are today, 70 years after independence, not just of Nigeria, but generally in Africa? The reason, as I see it, Excellency, is that we have adopted something in the 60s and have refused to sit back and review it critically and see whether or not it is helping our continent. When we came into the oil and gas industry, we were made to believe that our oil and gas is meant for export. It's like export commodity. We've been brainwashed into believing that energy is so expensive and we are so poor, so we need to sell it to get the almighty dollar with which to keep importing what ideally with our energy, if we use it here, we'll be able to do by ourselves. As I heard from previous speakers, we need to do more of this, more of that. I want to say, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, that incrementalism will not get Africa out of poverty. Everybody here is an elite. I don't think that we truly understand or reflect poverty. Go to the villages. You're politicians, most of you, so you know. But there's a big difference between when you feel something and when you see something. Incrementalism will not get Africa out of where we are today. We need a complete paradigm shift. I heard Falade say that indirectly. I heard Bayo also say that indirectly. I heard Farid talk about we need to produce what you eat and eat what you produce. Farid, excellent. I think you're speaking to the wrong audience here, because 90% of the audience here cannot do with imported food, imported clothes, imported everything. And for as long as we have that mentality, we will continue to want to export our energy in order to get the forex with which to buy things that are frivolous. I want to suggest, and General Musa is here, you can't have peace without energy. You can't have prosperity without energy. And there's no shared future without energy. Let us resolve that our priority as a continent is that our energy is for us first. And if we have excess, we can export it. It's not going to be easy because our leaders at the very top and even the aspiring leaders have not accepted that we need to make the necessary sacrifice for 5 to 10 or 15 years so that our continent will be different. For as long as we sit here to think that our salvation as a continent lies in getting funds from Europe or America in order to develop our people, we are wrong. We have the energy. Let's use it for ourselves. It won't be easy, but I believe that in the end, that is where our salvation lies. Mr. President, please pass my message to the President. We are happy he has sent his younger brother to represent him. Next year, he should try and come himself. I thank you.
If last year you prophesied a presidential presence, we got 3 presidents. Now that you are prophesying again, I don't know whether we'll get 6 next year. But anyways, thank you very much. Thank you. Please give him another round of applause. Okay, over now to the 2 ministerial addresses, then a 3 minutes from the Senate President and Chairman of National Assembly, of course, that covers National Assembly, and then the President of Equatorial Guinea, then the President of Gambia, then the President of Nigeria, then group photographs, then we close this opening ceremony, just giving you a quick rundown of what is to come. Welcome with me now. We've listened to the Secretary General. We're now listening to the President of the Gas Exporting Countries Forum, who just flew in from Doha this morning to join us. Please welcome with me His Excellency, the Right Honorable Obogemeng Ekperikpe Ekpo, PhD, for his address.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, hereby represented by a dependable Deputy or Vice President, Kashim Shettima, our own, the President of Gambia, the representative of the President of Equatorial Guinea, the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Gospel Bodo, hereby represented. Other distinguished senators here present, honorable members, my dear brother, the Minister of State Petroleum Resources Oil, distinguished Senator Henneken Lukbobri, other ministers that are here and visiting ministers. I salute the Secretary General of Gas Exporting Countries Forum who flew in this morning from Doha. This is patriotism, and I really salute that, Dr. Philip. The GCEO, Permanent Secretary, CCE, the critical stakeholders in this very critical industry. Today is a great day in the history of our country, Nigeria. And we are having, since my assumption of office, we are having in attendance presidents from other countries coming to identify with us. It is a very significant moment. Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is both an honor and privileged to address this distinguished gathering at the 9th edition of the Nigeria International Energy Summit. Over the years, NIES has truly evolved to be more than a conference. It has become a trusted platform for dialogue, cooperation, innovation, and increasingly, the hope for a better tomorrow, for peace building through energy collaboration. I commend the organizers for sustaining this summit as a forum where policy meets investment and where shared challenges are transformed into collective solutions. The theme of this year's summit, Energy for Peace, Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future, is both timely and compelling. Across Africa and the wider global community, energy is no longer viewed solely as commodity. It is recognized as a strategic enabler of stability, economic growth, social inclusion, and long-term resilience. Nigeria's energy strategy is firmly anchored within the realities of the global energy transition and Africa's unique development imperatives. While the world accelerates towards low-carbon systems, our continents continue to grapple with energy poverty, industrial underdevelopment, and limited access to reliable power. These realities compel us to pursue a transition that is not only green, but also just, inclusive, and pragmatic. Nigeria is therefore advancing an energy pathway that balances climate responsibility with development needs, leveraging our abundant natural gas resources to power industries, expand access, and create jobs. This journey is not one that government can undertake alone. I acknowledge the vital contributions of the federal and the state governments, international investors, indigenous and multinational energy companies, financial institutions, host communities, civil societies, organizations, and our development partners. Your collaboration remains essential to building an energy system that delivers prosperity while sustaining peace. Natural gas remains central to Nigeria's energy future. It is our most abundant hydrocarbon resource and our most practical instrument for economic transformation. Gas enables reliable power generation, underpins industrial growth, supports cleaner cooking solutions. Through gas, we are creating jobs, strengthening value chains, reducing energy poverty, and positioning Nigeria as a regional energy hub. Over the past year, Nigeria's gas sector has recorded measurable and encouraging progress. In 2025, our gas production sustained a clear upward trajectory, with average daily output reaching approximately 7.5 to 7.6 billion standard cubic feet per day. Notably, domestic gas supply exceeded 2 billion standard cubic feet per day for the first time, a historic milestone that underscores our commitment to energy access, industrial growth, and economic transformation. This increased domestic availability has translated into more reliable gas supply for power generation, industries, and households. We have also made meaningful gains in efficiency. Gas flaring level declined to some of the lowest recorded in recent years, reflecting steady progress towards our zero routine gas flaring by 2030 commitment and reinforcing Nigeria's environmental responsibility. Investors' confidence has strengthened, evidenced by final investment decision in key upstream gas projects, unlocking new volumes and mobilizing capitals. This development has been supported by improved regulatory clarity under the Petroleum Industrial Act, kudos to National Assembly, which continues to enhance transparency and governance. Across the midstream and downstream pipeline networks, processing facilities, and gas-to-power initiative has expanded, improving connectivity and utilization. Strategic prioritization of the domestic market has supported jobs, cleaner cooking, and industrial stability. Looking ahead, we remain firmly committed to scaling production towards 12 billion standard cubic feet per day, as charged by Mr. President, positioning gas as the cornerstone of Nigeria's energy security and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, under the President Bola Ahmed Renewed Hope agenda, government policy prioritizes the expansion of gas infrastructure for domestic use, while strengthening Nigeria's position in regional and global export markets. We are indeed facilitating investment in gas processing, storage, and distribution, while accelerating gas-to-power projects that directly address energy poverty and industrial competitiveness. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria's energy future is inseparable from peace, partnership, and shared responsibility. We are committed to building an energy system that powers prosperity, strengthens stability, and supports regional integration. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I invite all stakeholders present today to move beyond dialogue to decisive actions, working together to implement these priorities and secure a future where energy truly serves as a foundation for peace and prosperity. Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Bagemekwe Ekpo, PhD, Honorable Minister of Supreme Resources for Gas. And switching gears from him, I'm still staying with the ministry, as I now welcome His Excellency, the distinguished Senator Heineken Lupobri, PhD, the Honorable Minister of Supreme Resources for Oil. Please welcome his brother minister for his own ministerial remarks.
Your Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, Federal Republic of Nigeria, here very ably represented by His Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, Your Excellency, the President of Equatorial Guinea here represented, Your Excellency, the Senate President, please permit me to, at this point, abridge the protocol to say distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me, first of all, express our very profound gratitude to His Excellency, the President of the Gambia, who flew in yesterday and then still found time to dine with us yesterday evening, and then, is also here this morning. When we invited His Excellency, the President of the Gambia, to honor us, in this event, we're not sure whether you'll be able to come. So we're monitoring whether you'll be able to come. And so we're in touch with, Gambia to see when he will board the aircraft. It was when he boarded the aircraft that we knew that he was going to come. Why am I saying that we should, as Nigerians, express gratitude to him? Is because when we invited him, he said, presidents are very busy. Presidents do not have time, but you have to create the time. And so he said, I have very, very, important matters to attend to in the Gambia, but I'm going to reschedule them so that I can attend this event in Nigeria. And that is why I am particularly, grateful to Your Excellency for please honoring Nigeria with your presence. And we cannot take that, for granted. Thank you very much. Let me also thank the president of Equatorial Guinea, who in writing confirmed that he was going to be here. But for some official commitments, he sent a minister to represent him for the first time. And so I think that also deserves, a gratitude, as a country. Having said that, let me start by saying that this gathering should be seen as being more than a conference. It is actually a call to action, to make energy poverty a chapter of our past, and to forge an environment where business doesn't just thrive in Africa, but survives in Africa. Let me first of all talk about, Nigeria, and then situate it in the broader African energy story. Nigeria possesses enormous hydrocarbon endowments, no doubt about that. We also have a geography that combines deep water, shallow water, and onshore acreages, which is the fact. But resource richness alone is not enough. What makes Nigeria now different is the leadership, the stable, legal, regulatory, financial, and structural transformation that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government is delivering to Nigerians. Because investment ready means more than just having reserves. It means having clarity, predictability, efficiency, incentives, and proper alignments. When this government came into office in 2023, this sector was struggling. Production was low, and there was enormous capital flight. Investments were stalled, and for over a decade, there was no major investment at all. But investors, when I engaged them, said we were very cautious because we were not sure where this government was going to go. And that confidence was lacking. And you and I know that that was actually a real situation that we met when this government came into office. But through painstaking implementation of the PIA, which gives investors a stable fiscal framework, clearer licensing, stronger regulation, protection for host communities, local content, provisions, and ensuring that contracts and terms of contracts are kept sacrosanct. We made moves to reduce the cost of, upstream operations through executive orders. There were tax reliefs, tax credits that were given, to companies in the industry. We also tried to lower our operating costs as a country, because the story has always been that our operating cost is always even higher than countries that are at war, which wasn't acceptable. But all those things are coming down now. You recall that we launched a project, 1 million barrels in 2024. In less than a year, the story changed. When we came, we were doing, less than 1 million barrels. Today, we're doing between 1.7 million barrels and 1.8 million barrels, inclusive of condensate. The last report from NNPC and the CC is here, is that we did 1,700,000 and something million barrels per day, as at the report of last week. So the situation had changed by 70% from the time we met when we came, which was less than 1 million barrels when I became Minister of State in charge of oil. This is a very, very tremendous achievement that, cannot be swept under the carpet. We increased, after the launch of that project, 1 million barrels, we have increased production by over 300,000 barrels per day. As of July 2025, we had increased production by about 300,000 barrels per day. The number of active rigs, Mr. President, when we came was about 14, but today we have exceeded 60. That is evidence of strong activity and strong investments happening in the oil sector. These are signs that the reforms, we are implementing are working. These are also evidence that the idle assets are being activated and the existing assets are being optimized. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you will agree with me that, as I said earlier, there was no investment for almost 10 years. One of the reasons why investment didn't come, as I said, was because there was no certainty as to a legal, regulatory framework. But following the reforms of this government and following major decisions that were taken by this government in relation to divestments, investments started flowing in. You will recall the Shell's $5 billion Bonga project. You also recall the OPEC $550 million dollar project by Total. You also recall the global CEO of Shell who came to Nigeria in January and announced a commitment of a $20 billion investment. Mr. President, in the year 2025 too, we had field development plans that were worth about $18.2 billion. That will unlock 1.4 billion barrels of crude oil. Let me not forget the investment made by Total in their project Panther, worth $1.8 billion. Mr. President, the point that is important here is that when there's a government that has clear pathway to unlocking our potentials, we can always get there with the cooperation of all stakeholders. Mr. President, between 2024 and 2025, 7 major investment decisions were made in Africa. 4 were in Nigeria. Out of the 7 major FIDs, 4 were in Nigeria. And we are very proud, and we are willing to maintain that trajectory. So, President, this didn't happen by accident. It was a result of, painful and steady work with all stakeholders, with policy clarity, and better governance. These are not rhetorics, but proofs that Nigeria is once again the preferred investment destination for those who want to invest in oil and gas. Investment climate in Nigeria allows for free movement of capital. Before we came, the IOCs will always come to me that we will not invest unless you do what is done globally, by allowing us to invest at will and also divest at will. And when we enable the divestment, and before this government came, the divestment in relation to, ExxonMobil selling their assets to Seplat was stalled for over 2 years. And when Shell wanted to sell to Renaissance, it was a very, very difficult decision. There was a lot of opposition. People came with different proposals that were never going to be workable. But the President, I'm happy to say that that major decision unlocked the investments that we're seeing today. It is a global practice that if a Nigerian goes to invest in America and when he wants to divest, he should be allowed to divest. No matter the campaign we make to any part of the world, if we do not adopt that global practice, nobody will come and invest in Nigeria. It's a global practice. Mr. President, it is important to note here that when the divestment decision was going to be taken, one of the things we were confronted was whether those Nigerian companies that were acquiring, they will be able to run them effectively. I'm happy to announce that Shell, that sold to Renaissance. Renaissance had increased production by over 100%. The truth is that we have some of the best in the world. Those who are running these Nigerian companies were trained by the IOCs. The glory of these IOCs can't be written without those who are running the Nigerian companies that acquired these assets. We have some of the best in the world, and as a government, we're giving them the best that we can to ensure that this trajectory is maintained. Mr. President, it's important, for us to state here that we're not dealing with the upstream alone. We are also strengthening our refining and downstream capacity. The federal government under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, took major decision to remove fuel subsidy. A decision that not even military heads of state could take. But the president took that bold decision that has unlocked the midstream and downstream sector. Today, every day we hear a FAC meeting, we hear, the three tiers of government sharing trillions of naira. Before now, the highest they've shared was maybe 500 million, 400 million, the highest could be 600 million. But today, we have trillions of naira that have been freed based on the removal of subsidy. And all over the world, it is businessmen that can actually run businesses well. All over the world, if you want to subsidize, you cannot subsidize consumption effectively. You may subsidize production, but you may not be able to subsidize consumption very well. We were practically subsidizing the pockets of a lot of people, and when that was removed, all of us can now see the amount of money that's available for the different tiers of government, for different projects. It's also important for me to commend people like Dangote who have made very significant investments in Nigeria. It's also important for me to commend BUA and other refiners who are making investments in the midstream and downstream sector. I must also commend the cooperation that we have enjoyed from Pengasson, from Nupeng, from Petron, from IPMAN, from DAPMAN, all stakeholders, NATO, all of them have partnered with us to enable us get to where we are today in terms of results. The President, we've also liberalized the licensing system. Before now, approvals depend on knowing the minister. But under this administration, you don't need to know the minister. The criteria is compliance and transparency. Most people don't want to comply, but they believe that through their long legs, they can get things sorted out. Under this government, the strict application of the rules is the criteria. And because that has changed, Your Excellency, there are so many applications for modular refineries that will employ our people, that will be able to service, what is needed in this country. The President, also, we launched what we call the West African Reference Market, our equivalent of European reference market. The vision is clear. The vision is for Nigeria to become the refining hub of the Gulf of Guinea. Recognizing that FID is just the start of a project, we noticed that there was a gap in the service sector. Because some people who were in government before we came misapplied the Local Content Act. They promoted what we call middlemanism. They promoted briefcase companies that is also responsible for our cost of projects. Your Excellency, you recall that most times, in fact, I'm being embarrassed, when I'm asked that why is our cost prohibited? One of the reasons is because somebody felt that by Section 3 of the Local Content Act, you need to give it to, a Nigerian who will now go and give it to the big boys. He has added his own. The big boy will add his own. At the end of the day, our project became the most expensive in the world. But that is also changed based on executive orders that have been issued by Mr. President. We have engaged EPC companies to come back so that there will be competition. Instead of monopoly, there's now competition so that EPC companies can now come back and then we can have the best of pricing. This afternoon, we have another session with them on the sidelines. Mr. President, we do not fold our arms. We leverage on executive orders to ensure that we do things in line with best practices. We're also creating an environment where they can exist side by side. Our own Nigerian companies that I say briefcase companies, not all of our briefcase companies. Those companies can exist side by side with the big EPC companies that can do deep offshore work while they do shallow water and onshore matters. Mr. President, as part of what we want to offer to Nigeria, we try to create institutions that can build that capacity. PTDF used to send people abroad for scholarship. But we try to change it by establishing a university. The university is ready in Kaduna. There's also a globally, recognized training center in Port Harcourt that will train our people that will be needed to service this industry. The President, as I wind down, it's important for me to state that Africa imported about 120 billion worth of hydrocarbon in the year 2025. This staggering capital, could have very well been saved. And that is one of the reasons why we launched the West African Reference Market, so that if Dangote and others are able to, capture just 20% of that market, the story will be a different story. Your Excellency, the core idea is this. If African countries come together and solve the most fundamental problem, which is the financing problem, what has been weaponized against Africa is access to finance. And I'm very happy to announce to you, Your Excellency, that yesterday we handed over the building that has been fully furnished, to Apple and Afro-Exim Bank. So the ball is now in the court of Apple and Afro-Exim Bank to quickly launch this bank so that Nigerians and Africans will have access to the financing that is needed to finance the oil and gas sector. It's not important for me to mention that Nigeria has met all obligations. We have in fact overpaid. We have overpaid what ordinarily would have paid. Your Excellency, let me conclude by saying that the discussion today is no more about energy transition, it's about energy mix. And that is why Nigeria, we are doing a new bid round, and we're using the opportunity to call on everybody to please participate in that bid round. Those who spoke about energy transition were the International Energy Agency of the United Nations that talked about net zero in 2021. But the 2025 report of the same agency says that the world needs to invest a minimum of $700 billion per annum on the same fossil fuel, on the same oil and gas. That shows that they have changed the discussion from energy transition to energy mix. So nobody in Nigeria should be talking about energy transition. Talk about energy mix. We have to use all the resources God has given to us, develop them for the benefit of our own people. Your Excellency, let me conclude by saying that Nigeria's petroleum sector is being rewritten by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The new chapter is about bold partnerships, transformative projects, and shared prosperity. These reforms are in place, the opportunities are real, and the leadership is committed to it. So as I invite all of you, please come to Nigeria to build with us, profit with us, don't be a distant investor, but a co-architect of a future where Africa's largest producer will solve the problems of energy poverty in Africa, for the people for the benefit of Nigerians and also for the benefits of Africa. Thank you, and may God bless all of us.
Thank you very much, distinguished Senator Heineken Lopobri, Honorable Minister of Supreme Resources. Onwards now. A quick stop, very brief stop with the Chairman of the National Assembly as I welcome a distinguished Senator Eteng William, Chairman Senate Committee Upstream, speaking on his behalf. Before we get to the President and bring this to a close. Please, for the Senate President and the National Assembly.
Good afternoon. His Excellency, our own President, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented here by our own also most distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, our Vice President. So thank you. The President of the Gambia, and also the representative of the President of Equatorial Guinea. Equatorial Guinea, which is very close to my state, the Cross River State. You're welcome. I'm sure you're home. Members of the National Assembly, I use the Right Honorable Adogowa, who is my brother and friend, the Honorable Minister, my brother and friend, and every other stakeholder here. Good evening, good afternoon. It is profound honor to deliver the message of goodwill on behalf of the President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria at the opening of this Nigeria International Energy Week. He should have been here, but we have other engagement. He has a very serious engagement, especially that has to do with the electoral law. It is also a very important engagement. As Africans, Premier Energy Dialogue Platform, this summit has grown from national conversation to a continental catalyst, a place where policy meets investment, ambition meets expertise, and collective goals find common ground. Over the years, this gathering has moved beyond rhetoric into shaping outcomes that transform our energy landscape, informing policy and mobilizing partners from every corner of the world. The theme of the summit, Energy for Peace and Prosperity, Securing Our Shared Future, tells a powerful story about where we are, where we must go together. African energy story is not simply about resources. It is about security for our people, opportunity for our industries, and prosperity that is inclusive and sustainable. Energy security continues to be at the heart of economic stability, job creation, and regional cooperation. This platform reminds us that when energy system works, communities grow stronger, economy becomes more resilient, and peace takes root. The National Assembly, as an arm of government, recognizes the legislative role in creating framework that attracts thoughtful investment, protect public interest, and enhance Nigerian cooperativeness. We are actively advancing laws and policies that support strategic infrastructure, promote local content and human capital development, and strengthen regulatory setting for investors and innovation alike. In this spirit, we commend the federal government and partners and every stakeholder represented here for your contribution to the collective objective and strengthening energy system and strengthening an environment that draws global partnership to African doorsteps. The summit program, from technical section and country spotlights to strategic dialogue and investment forum, showcase the depth of collaboration needed to translate policies framework into investment flows that benefit citizens and economic policies. While oil and gas remain essential, renewable energy is no longer optional. It is strategic. Solar, wind, hydro, and emerging clean technology present Nigeria with the opportunity to expand access, reduce energy poverty, and strengthening resilience,
especially in rural and undeserved communities. The integration of renewable into the energy mix must be deliberate, scalable, and policy-driven, ensuring profitable grid stability and private sector participation. Energy transition in Africa must be just and inclusive, recognizing our development realities. We in the National Assembly, we are ready to work with you. We are ready to create laws and break laws that will enhance whatever we are trying to achieve. We are partners in progress, and we pray that every stakeholder here, Nigeria is ready, and we are ready to work with you for us to achieve a goal. Any law that you feel will assist us, we should be able to bring it forward to sponsor it, and then we will be able to deliver as the legislature demands. Thank you very much. We are going to give you the legislative backing to show that, yes, we are partners in this progress. Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you very much. And now the presidents will address us. First off, we'll begin from Equatorial Guinea. His Excellency Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasongo, President and Head of State of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, as represented by the Deputy Minister of Mines and Hydrocarbons. Please welcome Mr. Domingo Mba Esono.
Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic. His Excellency Mr. Adam Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia. Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister Obogeben Ekreripe Epo, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources. Honorable Minister Heineken Lokopbiri, Minister of State for Petroleum Resources. Distinguished heads of the delegations, leaders of the global energy industry, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to convey to you the fraternal greetings of His Excellency Obiang Nguema Mbasongo, President of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, together with his sincere appreciation to the government and people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for their warm hospitality and for organizing this prestigious continental forum. We gather today at a decisive moment for Africa's future. The theme of this summit, Energy for Peace and Prosperity, fully reflects Equatorial Guinea's vision. For us, energy is not merely an economic commodity, it is an instrument of sovereignty, a driver of stability, and a legitimate right of our peoples to development. In this context, I would like to highlight three fundamental strategic commitments that Equatorial Guinea reaffirms to the region and to our international partners. First, regional integration and gas diplomacy. Equatorial Guinea and Nigeria have taken historic steps toward deep and pragmatic energy cooperation, particularly through the Gulf of Guinea gas pipeline. Our infrastructure in Punta Europa is ready to process gas from neighboring countries, positioning Equatorial Guinea as a gas mega hub for Central and West Africa. We firmly believe that Nigeria's prosperity is also the prosperity of Equatorial Guinea and of the entire region. Second, African sovereignty in the energy transition. Africa must lead its own energy transition in line with its economic and social realities. We cannot accept models that demand the abandonment of our natural resources while millions of Africans still lack of reliable access to electricity. For Equatorial Guinea, natural gas is and must remain the transition fuel that guarantees development, industrialization, and social stability. Third, launch of the Equatorial Guinea Ronda 2026 licensing round. We proudly announce this licensing round for 2026 by early of April, an ambitious licensing round offering both offshore and onshore opportunities. With competitive fiscal terms, a clear legal framework, and proven political stability, Equatorial Guinea invites investors and strategic partners present here to take part in a new era of energy exploration and production. In conclusion, the message of His Excellency President Obiang Bazoum is clear and firm. Africa must cease to be merely an exporter of raw materials and become a center for processing, industrialization, and value addition. Only through strong, pragmatic, and mutually beneficial South-South cooperation, such as the one we celebrate today in Abuja, we will ensure that the wealth beneath our soil is transformed into well-being, employment, and opportunities for future generations. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Theodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo, represented by His Excellency Mr. Domingo Mbai Sono. Please, a round of applause one more time for Equatorial Guinea. Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to our next speaker, one whose commitment to his people, and indeed to a large extent to the continent, is one that reflects a belief that affordable, accessible energy underpins social stability, economic growth, and dignity of citizens. One who, as long as I'm concerned, has also demonstrated what I call elegant simplicity by joining us yesterday and today. Please, with a resounding applause, welcome with me His Excellency, Mr. Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia. We can make the applause better, ladies and gentlemen. We can make the applause better.
Your Excellency, Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented by his Vice President of the Federal Republic, His Excellency, the President of Equatorial Guinea, represented by his Deputy Minister, Honorable Ministers, leaders of international and regional organizations, captains of industry, development partners, esteemed delegates, ladies and gentlemen, before delivering my speech, one speaker said, Mr. President should attend this summit next year. His brothers are here, myself and Vice President, we will deliver the message. But you have to understand that if you are inside and the one outside is different. I know his mind is with us, his support is with us, no doubt about that. But the driver and the passenger are different. The footballers and the spectators are different. And we have to understand, he is the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. This is the biggest black country in the world. He is not here, but I'll speak on behalf. As president, because of your responsibilities, time is always your enemy. Even if you are sleeping, you will be sleeping with your one eye open. I wish to register sincere gratitude to the government and the people of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the warm hospitality afforded to me and my delegation. I also commend the organizers of this summit for their foresight and commitment to advancing Africa's energy discourse. Given the global context and the prevailing circumstances across Africa, the theme Energy for Peace and Prosperity, securing our shared future, could not be more timely and appropriate. It fittingly speaks to the very heart of our collective aspirations of building peaceful, inclusive, and economically resilient societies, powered by reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy systems. Ladies and gentlemen, energy is far more than a commodity. It is a strategic enabler of development, a foundation of national security, a growing determinant of peace and stability. Where energy is scarce, development stalls. Where it is unreliable, inequality deepens. And where energy transitions are poorly managed, social tensions are likely to erupt. On the other hand, when energy is accessible, clean, and equitably distributed, it becomes a powerful force for prosperity and social cohesion. Unfortunately, millions of people still cannot access electricity and modern cooking solutions across the continent. This constrains education, limits healthcare delivery, weakens industrial growth, and undermines our ability to compete in the global economy, now driven by innovation and technology. Addressing these challenges is not merely a technical task, but a moral imperative. For us, the path to peace and prosperity in Africa is inseparable from the path to energy security. Therefore, Nigeria's leadership role in convening this summit is significant. As Africa's largest economy and one of its most energy-endowed nations, Nigeria's policies, investments, and innovations have implications far beyond its borders. Platforms such as NIES play a critical role in fostering dialogue, building partnerships, and aligning public and private sector efforts towards shared continental goals. Excellencies, like other African nations, the Gambia recognizes that energy must be diversified, sufficient, and accessible to all. While fossil fuel continues to play a lead role in supporting development, the long-term sustainability of our economies depends on accelerating the deployment of renewable energy, strengthening regional power pools, and investing in energy efficiency and human capital. The continent is uniquely positioned in the global energy mix, alongside critical minerals essential for clean energy technologies. We possess abundant fossil and renewable resources. The challenge before us is to translate these natural endowments into inclusive growth, local value addition, and decent jobs for our young and growing population. In concert, we must ensure that Africa is not left behind. The global transition to clean energy. Furthermore, just a climate ambition must match climate justice. So must financing mechanism be accessible. Likewise, while technology transfer has to be genuine, transition pathways should respect national circumstances and development priorities. Excellencies, energy cooperation is also a pathway to peace. Cross-border energy infrastructure, shared markets, and integrated regulatory frameworks foster interdependence, trust, and mutual benefit. When nations trade power in state of conflict and national grids connect rather than divide, energy will become a bridge for regional integration and lasting stability. This is why collaboration among governments, the private sector, development partners, and communities is essential. No single country or institution can meet Africa's energy needs. Conversely, working together through strategic partnerships and coordinated action, we can secure an energy future that supports prosperity, safeguarding the environment, and strengthens peace. As we deliver it over the coming days, I urge that we move beyond declarations to implementation, beyond ambition to accountability, and beyond isolated national actions to regional solutions. So let this summit generate concrete and inspirational actions. Once again, I commend the organizers of the summit for this golden opportunity and wish all participants fruitful deliberations. May our collective efforts ensure that energy truly becomes a force for peace and prosperity, leading to a glorious future worthy of handing down to the generations ahead. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Adama Barrow of the Republic of the Gambia. Thank you. Please, another resounding applause for His Excellency. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, following the remarks of the President as represented by the Vice President, we will take the photograph in this order. And please, I beg you respectfully, kindly let us stick to this order of photograph. Upon finishing his remarks, as he makes his way down the stairs, he will be joined on the very ground floor of the stairs by the President of the Gambia and the representative of the President of Equatorial Guinea. All three of them will take the first photograph there. Following that photograph, they will then be joined by the ministers, visiting ministers, and the cabinet ministers of Nigeria who are here, including, of course, our host ministers, and the President of the Senate as represented, and the honorable members who are in the room here. They will join them, I think there are about three of them. They will join as the ministers, National Assembly members, will join in that second picture. The third and final group of persons that will then come out to join them will be the Commission Chief Executive, the Permanent Secretary, the Minister of Petroleum Resources, the GCEO of NNPC, the Chairman of IPPG, and the CEOs of the Platinum Level Sponsorship Company. You see, the space is a bit small, so we're keeping it as small as we can. These group will be joined by the ES of ADA, the SG of Apple, the African Chair for World Energy Council, GCEF, SG, and the representative of IGU. That will be the final picture. While they stand there, the pledge, will recite the pledge, after which His Excellency will depart. We'll then return to our seats and speak through the spotlight session and the international ministers session that would follow after that. Again, if I have not called you in this list, I beg you, remain seated when they come forward for the pictures. Thank you for understanding. Let us proceed now to our final remark for this opening ceremony. Bold physical reforms they have delivered and continue to deliver. His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, represented by His Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON. Your Excellency.
Sit down, please. Please, kindly. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of the Gambia, my big brother, President Adama Barrow, the President and Head of State of the Republic of Equatorial Guinea, President Teodoro Obiang Nguema Mbasogo, ably represented by the Minister of Hydrocarbons and Mining Development of Equatorial Guinea, His Excellency Domingo Mba Esono. You model of the names of our two ministers, but I was able to pronounce your name correctly. The President of the Senate, Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished Senator Goswill Obot Akpabio, ably represented by Senator Etienne Jonah Williams, Chairman, Senate Committee on Petroleum Resources Upstream. The Chairman, House Committee on Petroleum Resources Upstream, and former Majority Leader of the Federal House of Representatives, Honorable Al-Hassan Adodogwa, and other members of the National Assembly present here. The Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Cooperation, and Gambia's Abroad of the Republic of the Gambia, Honorable Sering Modu Ngie, the Honorable Minister of Mines, Petroleum and Energy of Cote d'Ivoire, and President of African Petroleum Producers Organization, APO, Mr. Mamadou Sangapoa Koulibaly, the Honorable Minister of Petroleum and Energy of the Republic of the Gambia, Honorable Nani Juwara, the Deputy Minister of Energy and Grand Transition of the Republic of Ghana, Honorable Richard Giang Mensah, the Secretary General, Ministry of Hydrocarbons and Mines of the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, Dr. Miloud Medjelet, other heads of energy ministries of African countries, especially Angola, Congo, Brazzaville, and Senegal. Our own Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Gwabin Musa, the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Right Honorable Ekperikpe Ekpo, the Honorable Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Oil, Senator Heineken Lokobiri, the General Secretary, African Petroleum Producers Organization, His Excellency Farid Ghazali, the Group Chief Executive Officer of NNPC, Engineer Bashir Bayo Ojulari, the Executive Director, African Refiners and Distributors Association, Mr. Anibo Kraga, the Secretary General, Gas Exporting Countries Forum, my own brother, Philip Michel Bila, the Chairman, Independent Petroleum Producers Group, and the Managing Director of Aradel, one of the hottest in the market square, Mr. Adegbite Palade, the Chairman, the Regional Chairman for Africa, World Energy Council, Dr. Umar Farouk Ibrahim. I could have responded to you, but my big brother had answered you eloquently. The CEO, Brevity Anderson, and Project Director for Nigeria International Energy Summit, Dr. James Shindi, members of the Diplomatic Corps and international organization present here, heads of government agencies and parastatals, captains of industry present here, distinguished delegates, senior government officials, members of the force asset of the RIM, honored guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. And let me also appreciate the very talented Zimbabwean turned Nigerian by marriage, Arise News anchor, the very dear Mrs. Bimbai Ekpeyon. Bimbai in the Shona language means happy or believe. So I'm very versatile with the Shonas and the Debeles of Zimbabwe, who are one of the front lines during the struggle for independence by Zimbabwe, South Africa, and the rest. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, energy is the invisible force that holds the modern world together. It is a quiet architecture of balance amongst nations, the unseen hand that steadies economies and sustains societies. Beyond the welfare of our people, energy is the fulcrum of stability, and the price of relegating it is one we simply cannot afford. That is why we must always be prepared to expand, reinvent, and improve how we meet our energy needs. It is also why I am pleased to welcome our co-travelers in this shared future, from within Nigeria and across the world, to this very important summit. The global network of stakeholders who have converged on Abuja today, marked by the presence of distinguished heads of delegation and senior government officials from Africa, Europe, the Middle East, alongside leaders of international energy organizations, chief executives of global and indigenous energy companies, development finance institutions, representatives of host communities, and all participants, affirms a simple but enduring truth. Energy remains central to peace, prosperity, and global stability. I also recognize the strategic partners of the Nigeria International Energy Summit, including international oil companies, national oil companies, global service providers, financial institutions, and multilateral development partners who sustain engagement has helped position NIES as a premier platform for energy dialogue and investment in Africa. Your presence here today affirms Nigeria's strategic relevance in the evolving global energy landscape. When this administration assumed the mantle of leadership in May 2023, we inherited an energy sector rich in potential, yet constrained by inefficiencies, uncertainty, and prolonged underinvestment. We set to work without fanfare, guided by the clear understanding that energy cannot be treated simply as an economic commodity if stability is our goal. Energy is a catalyst for national security, industrial growth, social inclusion, and regional cooperation. We are therefore committed to building an energy system that delivers reliability, transparency, sustainability, and shared prosperity. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me to outline in a structured manner the key developments that have reshaped Nigeria's oil and gas sector over the past 2.5 years. This administration sustain and deepen the full implementation of the Petroleum Industry Act. We consolidated its role as a live wire of sector reform and strengthened regulatory institutions to ensure clarity of roles, transparency, and investor confidence. Nigeria introduced fully digital, transparent, and competitive licensing rounds in the upstream sector, widely regarded as among the most credible bidding processes in our history. In furtherance of this objective, we approved the commencement of the 2025 licensing round, creating new investment windows and enabling additional crude oil and gas production capacity. Under our watch, Nigeria's upstream activity recorded a historic rebound. Rig counts rose from 8 rigs in 2021 to 69 rigs by late 2025, reflecting renewed exploration and drilling momentum. The sector secured final investment decisions exceeding $8 billion United States dollars, including major offshore gas developments involving global energy companies. Foreign direct investment into the oil and gas subsector rebounded strongly, driven by regulatory certainty, fiscal reforms, and improved operational guidelines and conditions. We also introduced a broad executive order on oil and gas investment enabling to unlock up to $10 billion United States dollars in capital inflows, streamline projects approvals, reduce bureaucratic delays, and position Nigeria as a prepared investment destination. In 2025, we introduced the Upstream Petroleum Operations Cost Efficiency Incentives Order, providing tax credits of up to 20% to promote cost efficiency, enhance competitiveness, and deepen Nigerian participation. As a direct result of the reforms we introduced, Nigeria's average crude oil production improved to approximately 1.6 million barrels per day. Through targeted initiatives, such as Project 1 million barrels per day, we are working systematically towards 2.5 million barrels per day by 2027. Our long-term national ambition remains clear: 3 million barrels per day of liquid hydrocarbons and 12 billion cubic feet per day of gas by 2030. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, recognizing gas as Nigeria's strategic transition point, this administration intensified investments across the gas value chain. Domestic gas supply exceeded 2 billion cubic feet per day for the first time, strengthening power generation, industrial utilization, and energy access. Export volumes increased alongside sustained expansion of gas processing and transportation infrastructure, reinforcing Nigeria's role in regional and global gas markets. Nigeria's refining landscape entered a new era with the commencement of full operations at the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, significantly enhancing domestic supply of refined petroleum products. Modular and indigenous refineries advanced under supportive regulatory frameworks, diversifying national refining capacity. Rehabilitation of state-owned refineries also gained renewed momentum, with operational stability and efficiency remaining a primary focus. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission recorded strong and consistent revenue performance, surpassing annual targets and reinforcing fiscal sustainability. Host community development trusts accumulated over 358 billion naira, funding hundreds of social, economic, and infrastructure projects across oil-producing communities, strengthening peace, inclusion, and shared ownership. Crude oil theft, once a major constraint on production and revenue, declined significantly due to enhanced security coordination, surveillance, and regulatory enforcement. These efforts restored operational stability and improved Nigeria's production reliability in international markets. This administration also made deliberate leadership appointments across key regulatory and development institutions, including governing councils and boards responsible for Nigerian content, regulatory oversight, and sector development. These appointments reinforce professionalism, accountability, and institutional effectiveness. Early reforms, most notably fuel subsidy removal and foreign exchange liberalization, repositioned the sector's economics, improved market efficiency, and enhanced long-term investment attractiveness. While these measures required national sacrifice, they laid the foundation for sustainability, fiscal resilience, and investor confidence. Industry stakeholders and independent experts have described these reforms as transformational, aligning Nigeria's energy sector with global best practices. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's summit, Energy for Peace and Prosperity, speaks directly to Nigeria's vision. Energy must unite communities, stabilize economies, and secure futures. It must power factories, illuminate homes, fuel innovation, and build trust between government, investors, and citizens. Nigeria stands ready to collaborate with Africa, global partners, and the private sector to deliver energy that is secure, affordable, cleaner, and inclusive. As I formally, on behalf of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, declare open the 9th Nigeria International Energy Summit, I invite all participants to engage constructively, invest confidently, and partner purposefully with Nigeria and Africa. I wish you fruitful deliberation. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
We can make the applause better for His Excellency Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of Nigeria, representing the President. Your Excellency, President Barrow, sir. Your Excellency, please come forward. Your Excellency. Okay. Can I please have the ministers, Nigerian cabinet ministers and visiting ministers on standby, if you can. Okay, please. Please come now, please come. They've taken the picture, please come. Please come. They've taken the picture. You have the picture ready, guys? Yeah, please come, please come. Ministers, National Assembly, they're here already. Yes, ministers, National Assembly, ministers. Okay, for the avoidance of doubt, our platinum sponsors, NLNG, Total Energies, Lake Oil, SunTrust, Renaissance, NCDMB, PTDF, Exxon, Nimbe. You can start coming, of course, NNPC, IPPG, Permanent Secretary. You can start coming. Dr. James Shindi, CEO, Brevity, please come. Dr. Shindi. Okay. Technical, please be on standby. You give me the first stanza of the national anthem. Let's draw the curtains. Photographers, I need a thumbs up once you have this picture. You have it? I'll give you 5 seconds. 5. Oh, Apple SG, please. I said Apple SG is here. ADA, Apple SG, WEF, GCF, IGU. I had mentioned you earlier. You should be here. ADA, Apple, WEC, GECF, IGU. I had called you earlier. You should be here. Leave this place. Come this way. All right. Technical. In 5 seconds, let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. National anthem.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood
Thank you very much. You may be seated as His Excellency departs. Please be seated. Please be seated. Thank you very much. We're going to take 2 minutes of a spotlight presentation, 2 to 5 minutes of spotlight presentation, and then go over to the international panel immediately. So please take your seat. It's just one panel session and that's it. Just one panel session and that's it. I'd like Engineer Tony Atta to please be on standby. You'll be taking this remark. Yeah, just be on standby. In a few minutes, I'll call you up. Let me allow you to stretch your legs a little bit, and in another 5 minutes, we should be settling down. It's just one panel session and we're done. Just one panel session. We take the spotlight presentation, one panel session, and then play 2 or 3 videos, and that's it.
Change is not just about a new name, it's about a renewed commitment. Iteo Eastern Exploration and Production Company Limited, a proud subsidiary of Iteo Group and operator of the NNPCL Iteo Joint Venture OML 29, is now Nimbe Exploration and Production Limited. This name change is more than a rebrand. It is a promise, a tribute to the heart of our operations, the Nimbe community. By embracing the name Nimbe, we honor the invaluable contributions of our host community, strengthening our partnership and deepening our shared future. Together, we grow. Together, we thrive. Welcome to the future with Nimbe Exploration and Production Limited.
Nigeria, a land of boundless energy.
Change is not just about a new name, it's about a renewed commitment. Iteo Eastern Exploration and Production Company Limited, a proud subsidiary of Iteo Group and operator of the NNPCL Iteo Joint Venture OML 29, is now Nimbe Exploration and Production Limited. This name change is more than a rebrand. It is a promise, a tribute to the heart of our operations, the Nimbe community. By embracing the name Nimbe, we honor the invaluable contributions of our host community, strengthening our partnership and deepening our shared future. Together, we grow. Together, we thrive. Welcome to the future.
Please, can we take our seats now? Please take your seats now. Yes. Please take your seats. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Please.
Between morning and 2 o'clock. Maybe from every month. We don't know anytime after one, maybe one of the during tea break. During tea break. Because tea break.
Significantly expanding its production capacity and marking its entry into offshore operations. We are the engine of prosperity, Nigeria's leading domestic gas supplier with a total gas production output of 2.7 billion cubic feet and the landmark Ano gas project delivering first gas. We have elevated our total processed gas output to 855 million standard cubic feet per day onshore. Indeed, we have brought domestic gas utilization to new heights, powering industries and securing energy for millions. But we are not just growing production, we're growing responsibly. By ending routine flares, we are decarbonizing our operations today to protect the Nigeria of tomorrow. Our reach is expanding. From offshore gas distribution to the growth of LPG production, we are deepening our presence across the entire value chain. Our impact reaches the grassroots. Through innovative mini-grid project and solarization of hospitals and schools, we are bringing clean, reliable energy to local communities, fueling economic empowerment where it's needed most. We are more than an energy company. We are a partner in progress, a leader in the energy transition.
All right, please, can we take our seats? Please take your seat.
For Nigeria. Seplat Energy. Nigeria's energy transition, powering the future.
Please take your seat. Please take your seat.
Is the heartbeat of our nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat.
We are powering Nigeria.
Your Excellencies, please take your seat. Please take your seat. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Distinguished, can you give us just a few more minutes of your time? Can we please take our seats? Please take, distinguished, please give a few more minutes of your time. Please take your seats. Can we allow the GCEO please take his seat, please? Please. Let's allow the GCEO take his seat, please. Very kindly. Please take your seats. Can we allow Oga Roland please take his seats? Please allow our EVPs take their seats, please. Please take your seats. Please take your seats, please. Please take your seats. Thank you. You've been here since morning. We understand. Thank you for your patience with us. Now, please take your seats. Let's get this panel over with. If you're standing as I'm speaking, you have to be one of two people or three people. You have to be a cameraman or a photographer. You might be an usher. Or you are a DSS operative who is trying to help me call this room to order. Other than that, please take your seat. Please allow the GCEO take his seat. Please allow him take his seat. Please. Please. Victoria, go and take your seat. Ladies, please, can you take your seats, please? Lawrence, Somime, can you all please take your seats, please? Take your seats. Thank you very much. Suleiman, can we please help me get my August to sit down, please? Get my EVPs to sit down and my board members, please. Please take your seats, please. Oga Roland, I greet you, sir. Please take your seat, ladies and gentlemen. Please take your seat. Philip, take your seat. Oga Mashe, please take your seat, sir.
Ladies and all right, thank you very much. Please settle down to your seats. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Those of you at the back can move forward a bit. Let's get this over. Thank you for your patience. You've been fantastic today. I know it's no fault of yours that we ran late, but thank you all the same for understanding and bearing with us. You can now please take your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Ainoje, please, sir, take your seat, sir. Madam President, ma, of NAPE, ma, please take your seats, ma. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much. Now that we're settled down, I'd like to, for just 3 minutes maximum, we'll get this quick 2 minutes of the way for Renaissance Africa Energy Company, and then we'll go into the panel straight up. I'd like to welcome Engineer Tony Atta. Please, sir, for your a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Your Excellencies, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to stand on the already established protocol this morning. Honorable Minister, today is February 3rd, 2026. This time last year, we did not exist. But I must say a special thank you to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for approving the divestments that brought us to life. And with just the stroke of his pen, we were born. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are Renaissance. As the name connotes, it's a new beginning, a rebirth, and perhaps the greatest opportunity for Nigeria. We have a very audacious vision to be the African leader in energy, enabling energy security, and to be the catalyst for Nigeria's industrialization in a sustainable manner. In the course of the deal, a lot of questions were asked of us, and very deep questions. Can these people take over from Shell? In fact, for some, it was even sharper. Can these Nigerians take over from Shell after over 60 years? But they also say, can anything good come out of Nigeria? Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, with the support of our senior partner, NNPC, and our other JV partners, and of course, the honorable ministers both seated here, oil and gas, and the SA Energy, who is not here today, through the executive orders and the reforms that the industry is going through, I am very proud to confirm to you that as Renaissance, we have answered those questions. In the first 100 days, we added 100,000 barrels of oil. 100,000 barrels in 100 days. And today we are delivering over 2 billion standard cubic feet of gas to NLNG. NLNG has never seen that kind of production before. Now that speaks to what we can do as a country, but it speaks to what we can do as Renaissance. We are now on the growth trajectory, and we're fully aligned with Nigeria's ambition to deliver 2 million barrels by 2027 and 3 million barrels by 2030. We are fully aligned with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's hope renewed agenda, and definitely we are Nigerian, and as we like to say, we are made in Nigeria, but built for Africa. We are Renaissance. Who are we? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Engineer Tony Etta, the CEO of Renaissance Africa Energy Company. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for another 2 minutes, I've been directed to give the microphone now to the MD of the Gambian National Oil Company, Mr. Abubakar Njai. Please, a round of applause for him. Just give us another 2 minutes remarks before we get into the panel now. Please, a round of applause for Mr. Abubakar Njai. He's one of the long-standing participants at this event. The panel takes center stage following this. Again, thank you all for your patience. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Sound.
Good afternoon, everyone. May I equally stand on existing protocols. On February 18, 1965, the British, our colonial masters, reluctantly granted the Gambia independence. This was preceded by years of relentless efforts by our founding fathers in their unflinching quest to register our freedom as a sovereign state. Alas, some pundits were convinced that we will not be viable and will therefore be a failed state. During the years and decades that ensued, we've been determined to prove them wrong. And evidently we did. With a population of 1.5 million people, which happens to be the smallest country in mainland Africa, and an area of 11,300 square kilometers. But this is the catch. We can be small in size and numbers, but punctuated with a highly ambitious and determined populace. Over the years, we managed to distinguish ourselves with one of the best civil service organizations within continental Africa. And we are able to have one of the largest per capita in terms of our expatriates, as well as the establishment of our country as a tourism paradise. In December 2016, a new and luminous light was ushered in our dear motherland. This was when we elected our visionary leader, His Excellency, the President, Adama Barrow, in power. No sooner than he landed in the Apex office that he started mapping out plans to drive away poverty within our midst. And very prominent among the entire realm of poverty was energy poverty. Within the entire energy and petroleum value chain, acts and policies were either amended or promulgated to reflect international standards and best practices. Gambia lies within the MSGBC basin. MSGBC is Mauritania, Gambia, Senegal, Guinea-Bissau, and Guinea-Conakry belt. The MSGBC has been the shining light of African exploration through the recent darkness that the industry endured. That light, or rather floodlight, was cast upon the region through the recent world-class discoveries in Senegal and Mauritania. As you know, the Gambia is surrounded on all sides except our very prolific coastline along the Atlantic, where lies our offshore oil blocks. These oil and gas discoveries simultaneously introduce huge prospects for the development of the oil and gas sectors in the sub-region and de-risk the basin for countries like the Gambia and increase its confidence in our chances to make similar commercial discoveries. It is a well-known fact that in the subsurface, oil and gas does not conform to geographical boundaries. It is also evident that the most promising discoveries in Senegal are just a few miles away from our oil blocks. We pride ourselves with 8 offshore and onshore oil blocks, half of which are available for open negotiations. We have a proven working petroleum system with mature source rocks and excellent reservoir qualities. In terms of institutional arrangements, the Ministry of Petroleum and Energy is responsible for governance. Thanks, my Honorable Minister is here. I represent the Gambia National Petroleum Corporation, which serves as the business arm of government, while the Petroleum Commission is responsible for the regulation of upstream matters. These 3 institutions work together alongside other government agencies in close collaboration to develop the Petroleum Exploration, Development and Production License Agreement, commonly called the PEPLA, that's its acronym, a legal framework for oil and gas ventures. Our PEPLA reflect international standards, assures investors of a very attractive fiscal regime, a robust regulatory framework, as well as adjustable clauses. While oil and gas remains the primary fuel in the foreseeable future, natural gas, which happens to be the cleanest burning fuel, is recognized as both a transition and destination fuel and expected to grow in the not distant future. Ladies and gentlemen, the West and the Middle East developed their economies over the past decades primarily through oil and gas reserves, and are now evangelizing the adoption of renewables and the scaling down of oil and gas production. I call on our regional leaders to tread this with caution. Yes, we do not want to be left behind on the global energy transition. Let us ensure there is a just transition. Let us explore, of course, responsibly, produce and drill our reserves in environmentally friendly ways, cast out our bets, and then be on the same level playing field with the wider world to speed up the energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, the Gambia is strategically located in the west coast of Africa, not far from the Republic of Mali, which is landlocked. By virtue of our positioning, we serve as a hub for the re-export of petroleum products to Mali. With current tank farm storage capacity of combined storage capacity of 81,000 metric tons, there is room to invest an additional 100 to 200,000 metric tons for petroleum storage, as well as re-export of petroleum products in greater proportions to the Republic of Mali. Due to the pace and safety we pride ourselves with, we invite investors to exploit this available niche, which will tremendously help to assure regional energy security. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, would-be investors, on a final note, I want to assure you that the Gambia is ready for business. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Straight to the panel I go now, as I begin by welcoming first off to his seat on the podium, the Right Honorable, His Excellency, the Right Honorable Bola Ahmed Tinubu, Minister of Petroleum Resources, State Gas. Please, Your Excellency, if you can come take your seat on the podium now. Joining him is his, sir? Yes, I'll tell you where to sit. Okay. Joining him, I'd like to welcome now His Excellency the President of Apple and the Minister of Mines, Petroleum and Energy of Côte d'Ivoire, Monsieur Mamadou Sangofowa Kolibali. He stepped out to attend to other meetings. He's been here all morning. Representing him is the Managing Director of the Hydrocarbons of Côte d'Ivoire. Please welcome Monsieur Ese Kwame. Bienvenue. Just a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you. Joining them, I'd like to welcome His Excellency Bruno Jean-Richard Itwa. He's the Honorable Minister of Hydrocarbons of Congo-Brazzaville, represented on this panel by Mr. Leon Vumbo Matatuomona. Monsieur Matatuomona, is he still in the room? Please this way, sir, on the panel. A round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Distinguished Senator, sir, I've invited you to your seat on the panel. If you can just sit to the left of your brother from Côte d'Ivoire. We will move on now to the Minister of Energy of the Gambia, Honorable Nani Juwara. You're on our panel. You're welcome. Please a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. Joining them from the AFCOM winning country of Senegal, Brahima Souley Diop, Honorable Minister of Energy, Petroleum and Mines, represented by Mr. Tieno Seido Lee. Monsieur Lee, you're on our panel. I saw Monsieur Lee earlier today. Is he still in the room? Okay, perhaps he will join us. Continuing, I'd like to welcome from ARDA, Executive Secretary, Engineer Nibo Kraga. One more time on stage, you're welcome. His Excellency Farid Ghezali, Secretary General of APO. One more time, you're welcome. His Excellency Secretary General of GECF, Dr. Philip Michel Bila. APO, yes, sir. GCF, yes, sir. You're on the panel. Please give our panelists a round of applause. You're all on the panel. Welcome, welcome. Okay. We'll see, get the other two. Our moderator needs no introduction because the Vice President has introduced her, right? Please welcome Vimbai Mutihiri Ekpeyong, anchor and co-host on Arise Television. Where's Vimbai? Vimbai is sitting here all along. Where's she? Somebody get Vimbai for me. So following this panel, we would take the OPEC World Outlook, play some videos, and we're gone. Behind us, the hall for the dinner is getting ready. We would leave here following that, and we would return. And we will return this evening for the awards. Kunle Odushola Stevenson. Okay. And here she comes. Vimbai, I was saying you need no introduction because the Vice President introduced you for this panel. I will not add anything to it than to just say welcome Vimbai Mutihiri Ekpeyong, anchor and co-host of the morning shows. Good to see you, sister, always. Your seat is all the way down there. But let me just lay a whisper. Vimbai, is over to you.
All right, good afternoon, gentlemen, your excellencies, all present here today, all protocols duly observed. I do apologize for my tardy arrival. I thought I had a moment to just take a sip of water. But keeping with our theme, which is energy for peace and prosperity, this panel is supposed to unpack a little bit of light onto what we're doing with regards to consolidating energy democracy, especially within the African continent. I think a number of the issues and challenges have been highlighted severally, and as Richmond has so kindly alerted, time is not on our side. So I'll get straight into it with my first question, which goes to Right Honorable Ekpeyong. Is he on this? Yes. I didn't see. My sincerest apologies. Let's get straight into it. So, last week we saw the unveil of a very ambitious 2026 gas master plan. In the context of the conversations we're having, we also have to juxtapose with what's happening around the world, which is that people are saying by 2030, there's going to be an oversupply of gas. You look at what the United States is doing, you look at Qatar, and then you also juxtapose it with the fact that here in Nigeria, we've had several plans. When I looked at the gas master plan itself, I think I saw about 8 different initiatives over the past 2 decades. What is going to unlock this gas master plan in a way that's different to what we've seen in the past?
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, honorable ministers here, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me approach it from the perspective of a decade of gas. In the year 2021, the National Assembly passed the PIA bill, and on that year, the government declared a decade of gas, spanning from 2021 to 2030. And so within this period, we are looking at gas as a driver for the economy of the nation, using gas to power homes, power industries, guarantee access, and of course, ensure that global climate objectives are being sustained. Now, from that perspective, we are looking at driving this from 3 angles. 1, monetizing gas to drive industrialization, to grow fertilizer production, petrochemicals, and of course, gas-based industries as well as manufacturing. Beyond that, we'll talk about using natural gas as a catalyst for industrialization in terms of producing what we need and that need gas for the development of the country, and of course, trying to domesticate it. Then finally, we talk about the gas as export, expanding the export capacity to guarantee foreign exchange to drive the economy of the nation. And so within the decade of gas perspective, we have developed several plans within these 3 categories, bringing the investors to contribute meaningfully, where I serve as the chairman. And of course, with this, we'll take into consideration various gas master plans like the one we launched a few days ago. The GCEO is on the panel of Decade of Gas. We put everything together under the coordinator and make sure we guarantee a better future for our country, Nigeria, and of course, for export of the gas, because Nigeria is richly blessed with this hydrocarbon that we use to drive the economy of the nation and beyond.
Absolutely. Now, some of the things that come to mind, just to speak to the point that I'd made earlier, when we speak of oversupply, especially global oversupply, it means that there's going to be a lot of money chasing a lot of gas. So investors and capital is spoiled for choice. So I'll come to you, Honorable Minister Heineck and Lokboberi, on the issue of cost, not just with gas, but energy, oil, and gas here in Nigeria. I listened to your remarks from the local content panel yesterday, and again, there's this continued conversation around the cost competitively of producing in Nigeria. How do we reconcile this in a way that can make Nigeria more attractive as a regional player, and of course on a broader scale as an international player? What are the efforts to bring the cost down, cost of production?
Well, thank you very much. I think that, the cost of production can only be brought down when all stakeholders, work together deliberately with a view to bringing it down. There are so many components making up this so-called very high cost. Security, so many other variables. You have community issues. You have, um, evacuation issues. Before now, one of the reasons why our cost was so prohibitive was because our pipelines have since expired. They were built maybe some 40, 50 years ago. The lifespan is since gone. And so if you produce for you to supply, what you get at the final destination may be less than 10% of what you are expected to get. And so people resorted to, badging. And to badge, the cost was prohibitive, sometimes as much as $20 per barrel. And all those things added to the cost. We have security issues, the security problems have been largely addressed. I was very happy, to hear from one of the IOCs that for the past 1 year, they haven't gotten one infraction. In fact, Chevron came to my office and said that they haven't gotten any infraction for over 1 year. That tells you success. And right now, I also believe that the pipelines, are also undergoing some kind of maintenance to enable us to do the evacuation and then fight, these vandals who are coming to vandalize. And that is why, for now, we are getting, substantially what we are supposed to get at the terminals. For me, we have to do a lot of things. And sometimes it's not something that is even within exclusively the control of the Minister of Petroleum Resources. I see cases where the PIA, Section 25, says that no government agency should take a decision in relation to the oil and gas industry unless in connivance or with approval of NUPRC. But I sit in my office and I hear that somebody, from Minister of Aviation would say that every helicopter landing now attracts $300. These are the things that will be added to the cost. So you sit in the office, you are doing everything, but before you know, somebody, without knowing, the implication this will have on the industry, will wake up one morning and say, you are going to be paying $300. All these things add to the cost. Security issues, evacuation issues, but good news is that all these issues are largely being addressed. The pipelines are being rehabilitated today. In fact, there is total overhaul. There is a pipeline contract currently being done by NNPC where they're changing, most of the pipelines. And so once that is done, I think that our own cost too will come down. Then the other thing I was talking about that had to do with project cost is that before we came, the EPC companies, the big EPC companies that you and I got to know, McDermott's, all the big ones, left the country. Reason, there was no project. If there's no project, there will be nothing for them to do. Two, even when there were projects, there were middlemen under the name of local content that would secure those jobs out of their margin and then further subcontract to them. All these things were adding to the cost of projects, in Nigeria. And that is why when this government came through executive orders, we deliberately tried to tackle the issue. Today, middlemanism is largely being removed. And I'm not against local players. Local players will have their own competencies within the onshore and shallow waters. But deep offshore is still exclusively within the competence of the big EPC companies. And we're engaging them. Even this afternoon, I have a meeting with them with a view to win everybody back so that we can go back to those good old days. But the point is that government is not sleeping. Government is doing whatever that is necessary to bring down the cost of, production.
All right, let me take the conversation to Cote d'Ivoire. Honorable Minister Sangafoa Kuyibayi of Cote d'Ivoire. Now, Cote d'Ivoire is looking a lot at industrializing using hydrocarbons. And it's interesting that we start this conversation with some of the challenges, especially Honorable Minister Lokwobiri, as you mentioned, that getting the local players in, getting that development to trickle into what benefits local players is part of the conversation that chimes into industrialization. We know that most hydrocarbon nations, by statistics, they don't industrialize. And that's why the Gulf model is such a huge success story. I want to know, in Cote d'Ivoire, what is the model that you're adapting to be able to see how you can use the proceeds from oil and gas to industrialize?
Merci, madame. Thank you. I will be doing my presentation in French, if you don't mind.
D'accord, d'accord.
Oui, merci, madame. D'abord, je tiens à préciser que Je ne suis pas le ministre, je suis là en tant que représentant de monsieur le ministre. Moi, c'est Essé Bienvenu, le directeur général des hydrocarbures. Répondant à votre question, il faut dire que la Côte d'Ivoire, conscient du fait qu'il y a une forte synergie entre une forte synergie et une complémentarité entre le secteur minier, le secteur des hydrocarbures et le secteur de l'énergie en général. La Côte d'Ivoire donc s'est dotée d'une politique récemment, une politique intégrée des ressources minérales et énergétiques. Et donc cette politique, sa mise en œuvre va consister ensuite à l'élaboration d'un plan directeur pour toute la logistique pétrolière, ce qui a été fait. Ce plan directeur-là donc qui fixe donc les grandes lignes pour le développement de l'industrie pétrolière sur les 15 prochaines années. Et puis ce plan directeur a été décliné de manière spécifique au niveau du gaz naturel avec un gaz master plan qui est en cours d'élaboration. Alors l'objectif ici, c'est pour ce qui concerne le plan directeur de la logistique pétrolière 2025-2030, c'est de pouvoir, au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, à côté du développement des gisements de pétrole et de gaz, de pouvoir donc moderniser nos capacités actuelles de raffinage, les augmenter aussi, augmenter nos capacités de réception et d'exportation des produits liquides comme des produits gazeux, développer des infrastructures de stockage massif et de transport massif. Tout cela pourquoi? Pour entraîner, transporter donc les produits pétroliers ou gaziers à côté des zones, ou sinon dans des zones stratégiques, des zones minières, des zones à forte intensité en termes d'industrie, à fort potentiel, et puis en plus au niveau des pays de l'Interland. Voilà, donc c'est la vision de la Côte d'Ivoire pour apporter, et ce qu'il faut savoir aussi, c'est que depuis les années 90, la Côte d'Ivoire produit la grande partie de son électricité à partir du gaz naturel. Donc aujourd'hui, nous avons un certain nombre de centrales thermiques qui sont dans le pays et qui continuent pour lesquelles des investissements se poursuivent pour construire plus de centrales thermiques. Et donc cette politique aura pour objectif donc de rapprocher le gaz principalement de ces différentes centrales qui sont implantées pour le moment sur la côte, mais pour lesquelles il y a un plan de développement pour aller encore à l'intérieur du pays et surtout se positionner dans des endroits où on pourra approvisionner aussi facilement des pays voisins. Voilà, madame, en quelque sorte, aujourd'hui, la vision est ce qui est en train d'être réalisé donc, pour capitaliser la production de pétrole et de gaz au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire afin de donc, arriver à booster l'économie, à soutenir l'industrialisation et la production d'énergie en général.
Thank you very much for that contribution. And I think that's the vision that most people have. And I want to head to Senegal on that note, because Senegal just started refining last year. And I'm curious to know how that experience has played out, because we see the various success stories of, local refining, state-run refining, partnerships as well. So in Senegal, Honorable Minister Biram Souleye Diop, how are you avoiding some of the pitfalls and traps that other African nations have fallen into with regards to getting into the downstream?
You don't see the Senegalese minister here anyway.
Sorry?
The Senegalese minister is not here.
He's not, okay, my sincerest apologies. I did get a brief, okay. We'll skip on to Gambia. My sincerest apologies. Let's skip to Gambia, where, of course, we're now seeing renewed interest in the offshore acreage. And I listened to the talk earlier, just about trying to transition and trying to get some interest re-engaged. Tell me about some of the struggles. We've been talking about some of the geopolitical headwinds. We've been talking about the global north financing models, trying to get financing from global south. What is Gambia's strategy at the moment to try and get the investment?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The Gambia's strategy when it comes to the upstream is mainly to streamline the licensing process and also to ensure there's clarity, transparency, and accountability in all the processes and procedures that we follow in terms of the role for each of the institutions that are involved in the petroleum sector, which is critical because if roles are not, separated or segregated, normally there's usually confusion, and this is a disincentive for investors. But to attract investment into the sectors which we have been pursuing vigorously in the past years, which we have also intensified our marketing campaigns to be able to attract international oil companies to our oil blocks, we have seen some dividend in that effort by attracting blended financing approaches through PPPs, where our Gambia National Petroleum Commission or Corporation will be, is partnering with international oil companies to be able to invest in our oil blocks. So far, in the past few months, we have attracted almost about 3 international oil companies in our oil blocks. And we have negotiated successfully 3 petroleum licenses in the past few months. We have signed one already, and we are hopeful we'll be signing additional 2 in the coming months. So far, it has been a challenge since COVID to attract investors into the petroleum sector, but there is renewed interest. Thanks to some of the pronouncements from Donald Trump for us to explore and exploit our petroleum resources. This is essential. In the past, the focus has been on transitioning from fossil fuel to renewables. And even some of the international oil companies, due to their own corporate policy, they have taken some step backward. But today, as we have, as we speak, we are seeing some renewed interest, and we are capitalizing on some of those interests to be able to attract investment into our blocks. And so far, that has been paying some dividend through aggressive marketing, strategy. Thank you.
And I love that you make reference to the Trump administration and some of the policies that we've seen being rolled out over the past 1 year that he's been in power. And I'll come to you, Dr. Phillips Mshebela from GECF, concerning this. When we look at drill, baby, drill as the current economic policy that's dominating global dynamics, and we look at where we're going with gas, and we look at the energy trilemma that is most pertinent to us here in Africa, people are talking sustainability, people are even talking affordability. We're still focusing on accessibility. How ready do you think we are to unlock gas for power at scale? I mean, I'm talking, being able to use pipelines on a regional basis in a way that truly reflects the energy diplomacy that we're trying to unlock during this session.
Thank you very much for the question. I think first of all, when we talk about energy, it's a portfolio of different forms of energy. And so it's an entire spectrum. We found that driven by Europe, largely, we went down a direction where it was everybody move as quickly as possible away from hydrocarbons, away from fossil fuels, towards renewables. And it was for good reason. I think what was perhaps faulty about the approach was the how, because it was one standard stipulated approach, and everybody just needed to comply. Now, the reality of 2022 brought to the fore the fact that even Europe itself could not do what it was preaching, and it needed to step back and first of all take care of energy security, which had to do with access, by the way, before then dealing with more secondary issues around the transition and sustainability and so on. Today, we're in a place where the imperative has not changed. We do need to drive ultimately towards cleaner fuels, towards a cleaner environment, towards having a lesser impact on the environment and the climate. That has not changed. I think what has changed is how do we get there? And so there has to be a multifaceted, multilateral approach to this. It has to take into consideration what various countries can afford. And when you look at Africa in particular, as contributors of only about 4% of the greenhouse gas emissions that are causing this climate change, disproportionately small compared to the rest of the world, and yet we were asked to take on this huge burden. I think the reality now is that, yes, we want to achieve that climate impact reduction and the sustainability, but we will do it through a manner that also allows for energy access, especially when we have huge developmental gaps compared to the rest of the world. We have a huge population growth that's coming, which has to be served with energy. And so the best way to do that is to then look at, within the hydrocarbons, which is the cleanest of them, and how do we propagate that first and foremost, right? And so natural gas comes to the fore. Being the cleanest of the hydrocarbons, it makes sense, therefore, that to the extent that we can, over time, mature all of the energy resources that are needed to meet the needs of our people and for development, but then over time begin to displace or replace some of the dirtier ones with cleaner ones. It is actually impossible today, if you go by what the campaigners want, which is stop all hydrocarbons, right? If we did that, economies would crash, because it is impossible to support even today's economy, not to talk of the future ones, with just renewables alone. Not only is it not enough, but renewables cannot serve in certain high energy intensity purposes, whether you're talking about things like cement factories and anywhere you need furnaces and so on. Renewables cannot serve. And there are places where it is not electricity that you need, but you actually need other forms of fuel. And so what we at GECF are promoting, and if you recall, I mentioned earlier, the GECF countries hold about 70% of the proven natural gas resources in the world. What we are promoting is for a multilateral and for an approach that takes into consideration the realities of the developmental needs in a sustainable manner across board. And we believe that natural gas in particular is the one that will remain a destination fuel even in the long run. Today, however, all forms of fuels are needed, particularly in Africa. And what we need to focus on then is how do we ensure access, how do we ensure affordability, and then how do we ensure the sustainability?
And are you optimistic that from a production standpoint, we can do so at a price point that's attractive to investors who are spoiled for choice around the world? Because that's one of the biggest concerns. They say that if you're looking at LNG, the geology is not the problem, but the capital access is what makes many of these projects fail.
I think you're absolutely right that there is a gap, or there has been a gap. But if you listen to our two ministers who spoke earlier, a number of things that we've done, starting with the PIA, the presidential directives, right? We've taken into consideration the changes that are being made under the decade of gas, the gas master plans. All of those have basically aimed at creating that investment environment that is going to be attractive for others to look at and be prepared to bring in their money. And we're seeing the inflows already. A number of projects, whether it is the Ubeta project, the HI project, I can list numerous smaller projects as well. And there are those that are yet to come, which are in the pipeline, that are all targeted at unlocking the scale that we actually need. So it is beginning to happen, but it took some of the changes within the last, particularly the last 3 years, for us to get here. Are we done? No, we're not. So if I speak specifically to the situation in Nigeria, I keep talking about deep water. We have started the process of setting the terms for deep water gas. We've not gotten to the point where, if you talk to the investors, where we are at the point where they find it, investable at scale yet. So some more work needs to be done there. Almost half of the reserves of Nigeria for gas actually sit offshore. And a good chunk of that sit in the deep water. That's something that we need to unlock. So the process has started. Some more work needs to be done, but it is absolutely possible to get there. With over 200 TCF of gas, we can actually support not only the development of Nigeria economically, but also export. And that can go through various ways, whether by pipeline or through LNG.
Okay, we'll come back to gas because, again, we want to unpack where the balance is between exporting and what we actually need to consume for our own development and sustainability. But let's turn our focus to downstream. I'll come to Ada and I'll appeal to Mr. Anibor Kraka from Ada. We're seeing this push, as we referred to Senegal earlier. Here in Nigeria, the headlines last year were dominated, of course, by issues, of developments in downstream refining and so forth. Should we be pushing for more refineries, or should we be looking at an aggregated way to create refining hubs? What's the best way for us to have a collaborative and successful effort at refining?
Well, thank you very much for the question, and thanks again to the organizers for inviting Arda. First of all, I actually want to push the mantra that refine, baby, refine should actually be used in tandem with drill, baby, drill if we're actually going to get the full economic benefits, right? And now if you get to the specifics of your question, I think you need a combination of both, right? Depending on the situation. For example, I'm seated next to my brother from Gambia. And if you ask, should Gambia itself build a refinery with a population of about 2 million people? No, but when you look at the broader MSGBC region and the ECOWAS region, you start to see the opportunities for economies of scale when you build larger regional hubs, like we've talked about today. That said, you cannot divorce the situation from specific cases like the IPPG Aradel, where you have crude oil resources and natural resources that can actually be developed on site. Ultimately, you have to look at all of these together to ensure that you can have a holistic solution, right? Because at the end of the day, refining does multiple things. It's an economic multiplier at the end of the day, right? So the things you see are, of course, more jobs, more jobs. It impacts broader industries. But I think when I'm talking to my brother from the regulator in Côte d'Ivoire. In Côte d'Ivoire, they have a minister that covers mining, petroleum, and renewable energy. And that tells you what refining does. When you have the traditional petroleum, refining actually adds value to that, right? And ultimately, that enables powering of the mining sector, because mines do not run on crude oil, they run on diesel and AGO, right? And by that, you can extract rare earth minerals, which actually help the solar and renewable options, right? So ultimately, you start to see the multiplier effect of refining. And in addition, last but not least, we actually reduce carbon emissions because 3% of all global carbon emissions come from shipping. So when you ship out crude oil and bring back refined products, you're actually adding to the global footprint. So in summary, we need a combination of large-scale refineries to meet regional demands, where we can actually service bigger markets, but also smaller localized solutions, particularly for landlocked resources and also where you have resources that can be developed on site. Thank you.
And just to speak more to that, I think most of us, or all of us here, are Pan-Africanists. We're very proud to be African. We're looking for African self-sustainability. But there's an argument that maybe we're being sentimental. When you look at the barriers to entry for one to get into refining, and then you look at the tiny margins, and we ask ourselves, is this really the direction we should be going in? I'm just playing devil's advocate. I believe in, it's being self-sustained, but let's look at it from the other angle. Is that where we should be focusing our energy right now when the business model doesn't really make sense beyond, we own our means of production?
Interesting perspective, but I'll just put it to you this way. When you look at the OPEC outlook for 2040, the top 3 sectors that are going to actually drive energy demand are transportation, aviation, and petrochemicals. All of these depend on refining. So for the multiplier effect we're talking about, you have to actually have refining. 2 years ago, I was at the Ghana International Petroleum Conference, and their minister, I believe, in charge of mining said they spend $3 to $4 billion a year on petroleum products for the mines. $3 to $4 billion a year that's imported. Think of that, what that does to the economy. Now think about Nigeria and the ambitions that we have here for the mining sector. If we continue to import majority of our petroleum products, what will happen to this country? So yes, you say the margins are low, but when you start talking of larger scale projects, okay, across Africa, it's been estimated that in spite of the Dangote refinery and a couple of other projects that are coming on stream, Africa needs at least 6 times Dangote refinery, an additional 3 to 3.5 million barrels of refining capacity to meet our energy demand. So without a doubt, and not just because I'm biased, I definitely think.
That's why I said we're all patriotic, so we're going to say we need to.
It is an economic case because there's a broader multiplier effect. When you look at the Lobito corridor that's everybody's trumpeting about, that's actually going to support, Zambia, the copper mines, that corridor is not going to run on crude oil. It's going to run on diesel. So ultimately, at the end of the day, you really have to look at how much value you're giving away. And even when you come to petrochemicals, for the ladies in the room, even your nail polish is a petrochemical. Your building material is a petrochemical. And that's the value you give. Nigeria imports about $2 billion a year of plastics. You start to see what we're talking about. Thank you.
Well, you got me with the nail polish, that's for sure. But when we look at this, I want to come to Apo now, especially with the huge development yesterday where we saw the handover of the Energy Bank. And I'm curious, this might be quite a tricky question, but I'm curious, if you were to roll out a plan right now and say, this is how we should mix our capital. This is the amount that should go to investing in refineries. This is the amount that should go to upstream, midstream, and so forth. What do you think is the winning formula that an African energy bank needs to roll out for it to make sense? And for it, again, because ultimately what we want to see is the trickle-down effect into the economies. How do we finally make this energy work for Africans?
Thank you very much. I will not let my colleague to go alone for French. I will answer in French if you want.
In French, no problem.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
If you can make your translate mic, please.
All right.
Are you okay?
Just give us
Thank you very
one
much.
more moment. Everybody is... Okay, d'accord, thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, ce qui a été fait hier, à savoir l'inauguration du siège de la Banque de la Peau, si vous voulez, en collaboration avec une banque, est une concrétisation énorme pour l'Afrique, avant tout. Et là, on voudrait remercier donc la République fédérale du Nigeria pour l'excellent travail qui nous a été donc fait à travers cet établissement, qui va montrer à quel point elle pourra répondre à la problématique des financements. Comme vous le savez, le plus grand problème que nous avons pour le développement de nos ressources aujourd'hui, le plus grand problème, et je le répète, c'est le financement. Le financement Et comme vous le savez, les banques internationales sont un petit peu reluctantes ces dernières années pour financer nos projets. Et la plus belle réponse que nous pouvons faire, c'est de prendre notre avenir en main. Notre avenir ne dépend plus d'organismes externes à l'Afrique, mais elle appartient à l'Afrique elle-même. Donc c'est pour ça que cette Banque africaine de l'énergie viendra répondre à la problématique du développement de nos ressources. Du développement de nos ressources. Comme vous le savez, ces ressources-là nécessitent un capital quand même assez important, puisque c'est des projets très capitalistiques. Nous avons besoin d'un levier. Ce levier financier, nous l'avons aujourd'hui, puisque, comme je l'ai dit durant ma keynote, la banque sera lancée avant la fin de ce premier semestre 2026. Avant la fin de ce premier semestre 2026, nous pourrons avoir un outil de financement qui pourra assurer le développement économique de nos pays africains. Par contre, ce qu'il y a important de dire aussi, c'est que ces projets-là doivent être maturés, doivent être réfléchis. Nous devons sortir du carcan de l'isolationnisme, c'est-à-dire des projets isolés, pays par pays. La stratégie que nous lançons à travers l'APO, c'est d'avoir des projets régionaux. Le plus bel exemple, c'est la question que vous venez de poser pour les raffineries, avec des marges faibles. Le plus bel exemple, c'est de travailler en économie d'échelle. En économie d'échelle, c'est-à-dire prendre plusieurs pays, investir dans une raffinerie régionale qui puisse, elle, ensuite, rapporter et surtout garder la valeur ajoutée ici en Afrique, pas ailleurs, ici en Afrique. Garder la valeur ajoutée pour nos pays, pour la population africaine. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much. The conversation around regional refining, I see we just have 7 minutes left. So we have slightly more than 7 people. So I think if we take 1 minute each to speak, sort of on maybe on more broad terms, but specific to each of your sectors. Honorable Ekwe, I'm going to get it right one of these days, and especially because we're from the same place. Global headwinds and all market volatility that is affecting capital, that is affecting investment. And those who are analyzing and critiquing the gas master plan are saying, well, where's export parity? Is our pricing there? Is it attractive? Given the global context, what's your take on that? Just in about 1 minute as we round up our panel.
Yeah, thank you very much. Like I said, concentrating on the Decade of Gas initiative is the consciousness of our country, Nigeria, to make sure we prioritize gas utilization to drive the economy of the nation, depending on the availability. And of course, it is no news that Nigeria will have up to 210 trillion cubic feet of gas. So we try as much as possible to, first and foremost, encourage production, as was mentioned by my brother, my colleague, to make it available and sustain the domestic gas obligation to ensure that the pricing is scaled down and is accessible to our people, and equally develop other strategies to increase production to maintain and contain the price at affordable level.
So how much regulation are you putting on that? Is there regulation around?
Yeah. On the issue of, if you are talking about gas domestic obligations, it is a legal matter that is enshrined in the PIA to make sure you sustain that before you talk about export. And of course, for every production that takes place in the country, you have to meet the domestic gas obligation before you talk about external. And of course, NNPC as a national oil company is doing everything possible to make sure we bridge the gap between, in collaboration with international oil companies, to bridge the gap between what is utilized in the country and what is exported. Like in my address, I made mention of the fact that for the first time, we have utilization of up to 2 billion cubic feet of gas domestically in the country, which is a fallout of the increase in the number that has been, the quantity that has been produced, and sensitization that has been going on to go green, to serve the environment and mitigate the climate change.
Okay, and I'll quickly come to Honorable. I'll quickly come to Honorable Sangafo Akuyibai. With the road to ramping up both production and refining, given the global context, what is your winning strategy? What do you think will get you through what most people say is just going to be the next maybe 3 years? My apologies for that. Maybe the next 3 years, and before we see some sort of policy shift.
Principalement pour les prochaines années, comme je l'ai dit, déjà on a mis en place une politique qui a été matérialisée par l'élaboration donc des différents plans, le plan directeur de la logistique et puis le gaz master plan qui est en cours d'élaboration. Et donc pour nous, ces prochaines années, ce que cela représente pour nous, c'est déjà le développement des grandes découvertes, des découvertes de classe mondiale que nous avons déjà dans nos pays, dans notre pays. Pour nous, pour ces prochaines années-là, c'est donc mettre l'accent sur le développement de ces découvertes-là. Et principalement, le gaz que nous avons. Aujourd'hui, la Côte d'Ivoire produit son électricité à 70% à travers le gaz qui représente, qui absorbe donc 90% de notre... l'électricité absorbe 90% du gaz qui est produit localement. Et cela compte pour 70% du mix énergétique. Voilà, donc il est question d'augmenter donc cette quantité de gaz parce que nous avons pour ambition, c'est même pas, je vais dire, par nécessité, nous devrons produire plus d'énergie électrique et pour les ménages et pour les industries. Voilà, et quand on fait nos estimations, on voit que les besoins en gaz sont énormes. Et ils tiennent compte principalement du secteur de l'énergie, de l'électricité principalement. Mais si à cela, on veut ajouter le secteur du transport et l'industrie minière qui est en train de connaître une croissance fulgurante en Côte d'Ivoire, surtout l'exploitation de l'or, il faut dire que dans les projections, d'ici 5 ans, on aura des besoins qui vont dépasser le milliard de pieds cubes jour. Voilà, donc cela nécessite de pouvoir mettre en place autant d'infrastructures, soit pour développer les champs locaux ou pour exporter du gaz. Voilà, donc c'est en tout cas pour ce qui concerne l'industrie gazière, nos besoins gaziers, voilà, ce sont les perspectives je dirais à moyen terme qui sont telles que je vous les présenter.
And thank you very much for that. So leading with domestic consumption to try and drive, industrialization using the oil and gas. I'll quickly come back to Nigeria, Honorable Minister Lokbobiri. Naira for crude is a big discussion when we're looking at global headwinds because you have you have to export, you have to earn your dollars, but you now have a growing domestic need. Where's the balance when we're looking at Naira for crude? What does the future of this policy look like? Is it sustainable?
Yeah. One of the steps, I've always taken anytime this issue comes up, I've always told them that the only way we can, solve this problem is to, scale up our production. Look, most of, the companies that are producing oil now, already have pre-existing commitments. And so the barrels are already tied up, to those funds that, are accessed by them, to finance the production. And so the only way we can balance our legal requirements of domestic crude oil supply versus the oil companies that have been able to raise money from outside the country and have already committed the barrels that they'll produce from those investments. We have to, get the balance. And so I've always, said that the solution would be for us to increase, production. The only way you can increase production is to get more investments. And that is why you can see that gradually our volumes are increasing. When we came out, I said in my speech, we're doing barely 1 million. Today we're doing between 1.7 and 1.8 million. That is an 80% increment. By the time we increase, the production, there'll be more volumes to be able to meet both domestic and then.
You think you can get to 2 million per day?
Yes, yeah, it is doable. It is doable. The only problem we have.
This year?
Yes, it is doable. This year we'll be able to do it. And then let me also come to the issue of, Naira for crude. It's always been there. Crude oil is sold, at an international, rate. So even if you have to pay your crude in Naira, you must pay the dollar exchange rates of your own country. There's nowhere in the law that says that if you want to buy crude from, say, Aradel or from Walter Smith will sell to you at below the official exchange rate or the prior market rate of this country. And the same law that says that, look, we have domestic crude oil supply, also says that it has to be on the basis of willing seller, willing buyer. So it's business. This sector is also liberalized. The only way businesses can grow is less regulation. And that is why Nigerian oil sector is largely liberalized. We can't force oil companies that have raised money to make investments and have also tied up, the barrels to say, look, breach those, contracts that you have, and then meet our, local supply. But from time to time, we have been able to intervene. We've always been able to make crude available. The problem has been that some people don't want to obey the law by saying willing seller, willing buyer. Some people want government to force. And I said, no, I don't have the power to force anybody. It has a willing seller, willing buyer. You who is producing too, talk to your own, creditors to also say, look, the law says that you have a domestic obligation. So it will be a win-win, for all of us. But the only way you can sustain that is to increase production, which we already do. And that's why you can see from the rig count, from 10 to 14 when we came, now maybe about 68, 69. Okay. That shows that so much investment is going into it. We'll soon reap the benefits of this investment, in this country.
Okay, so the caveat is that it is possible, but not all in all something that's easily sustainable, is what I take away from that. I'll quickly move over to, excuse me, Honorable Minister from Gambia. As Richmond is ready to close this session, but we're just taking our 1 minute closing remarks, Richmond, so we beg you for 4 more minutes. As we close in Gambia, I think it was interesting to hear that you're excited about, American policies and how they can benefit you. A lot of, some of the criticism around that is, well, with the way investment is being done in this current climate, how much of your sovereignty are you giving up? None. That's your 1 minute. No sovereignty. I wish we had time to dig further into that. And we'll quickly go to Apple.
Yes.
And have I skipped Ardo? Sorry, let's go to Ardo before we go to Apple. Your closing statements.
Thank you very much again. 2 key things that we need if we're actually going to drive regional performance and regional opportunities. The first one is we need to harmonize our fuel standards. Okay, we have 11 different grades across Africa, 11 different grades of gas, oil, or diesel with sulfur content ranging from 10 ppm to 10,000 ppm, 12 different grades of gasoline, sulfur content ranging from 10 ppm to 2,500 ppm. You cannot be talking regionalization when you have such fragmented markets and fragmented standards. The second thing we must have is market-based pricing. Again, I have to applaud Nigeria for removing subsidies because subsidies do not work long-term. You cannot be talking about having regional infrastructure, regional projects, when you have multiple pricing regimes within the region. So those two things are critical for driving the types of regional projects that we want to get the benefits of economies of scale. Thank you.
All right. So, Apo, do you think the risk involved in putting money down on the African continent has reduced or increased in this current global climate?
Merci beaucoup. Je vais revenir en français, s'il vous plaît. Donc, ce qu'il faut retenir une chose, hein, c'est de réfléchir projets régionaux, premièrement. Deuxièmement, c'est de se parler, de se communiquer, de coopérer. Troisièmement, et ça c'est le plus important aussi, c'est de parler d'une même voix, une voix unie, avec la même vision, parce que nous partageons la même vision, les mêmes ressources, et surtout, nous avons un capital humain qui est inépuisable, puisque nous avons 70% de notre population qui est très jeune, et donc qui ne demande qu'à travailler, qui ne demande qu'à être acteurs de la valeur ajoutée créée dans leur propre pays. Ce que je veux retenir, c'est que nous devons éviter d'avoir, c'est ce qu'on appelle les stranded reserves. Nous avons des réserves, mais nous pouvons perdre les opportunités puisque nous n'investirons pas au bon moment. La plus belle réponse que nous avons faite, et ça a été fait hier, c'est d'avoir lancé cette banque qui sera opérationnelle en juin et que nous pourrons donc répondre aux aspirations de chaque pays membre, mais également aux autres pays africains, puisque, je le répète, l'APO est ouverte à tous. Je vous remercie.
Very beautifully said. We do want to have an APO and, of course, oil and gas and energy accessibility and affordability and sustainability for all on the African continent. GECF, we've heard drill baby drill, we heard refine baby refine. What are we saying for gas?
What we're saying for gas is it is the future of hydrocarbons, ultimately. Long-term destination, it will be there. I think when we split it up, export gas, LNG in general, because it's a global business, it's built on certain fundamentals that, that essentially work. If you structure your business properly, you finance it properly, you will get value for your business. So it works. The challenge we have, and it's not just in Nigeria, in many producing countries, is domestic gas. How do we get domestic gas to work? In simple terms, we need to fix the value chain for domestic gas. An investor in the upstream has to be able to get their money back and make a decent return. Everybody who is investing, whether it is in processing, whether it is in infrastructure, whether it is in distribution, has to be able to recover their investment. That has been our challenge. Now, the Decade of Gas is working hard on this because there are people who, from 10, 15, 20 years back, are still owed debts for investments that they made. And so all the efforts that are being made now to make sure that they get paid and that the structuring, the pricing, not only of the gas itself, but of the end use. So for example, power. The power tariffs also have to be fixed in a manner that enables that whole value chain to be sustained. And I think the pace at which we're able to resolve this value chain issue will determine the pace at which gas becomes ultimately available to all Nigerians. It can be done. It is being done. I only wish it could be done faster.
Absolutely. I think you can't move fast enough, especially in some parts of the continent where we're looking for that 24/7 accessibility to power. And of course, beyond domestic consumption, electricity is the foundation. It's the elixir of any development that can happen anyway. So it's the backbone. On that note, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, and heads of organizations, I thank you so much for your eloquent and candid contributions today. I hope we can push some of these conversations forward, as of course I know there are some sessions happening offline and interactions and so forth. And I hope that after this we can circle back and hear that there were a lot of progressive conversations and engagements that transpired from here. Thank you so much, and God bless you all. Richmond.
Thank you very much. Just give me a quick second. You rest for family photo. Minister, you're leaving now. You can go. I will have the Minister for Gas present the plaques. No, just for, after the picture, sir. After the picture. Just after the picture. Bimbai, Honorable Minister for Gas, please come. Take a picture with your panel. We'll have plaques of appreciation. Take a picture. Come close. Come close. Take a picture. Where are my photographers? Okay, so we'll present the plaque of appreciation to them. After that, we will do the OPEC World Outlook, and we're done with this segment of the event for today. After the picture, distinguished Senator Heineken Lokobri, Your Excellency, you can leave while we'll present the plaques to the others. Protective thorns, eh? Please give them one more round of applause. Thank you very much. Senator Heineken, you can go. Right, Honorable Sir, if you can come, please present the plaques to them. Monsieur, just give us a second. We'll have this to give you. Just wait. Just wait. Please, let's give to SG first. Dr. Philip Michel Bila. Let's begin with him. Thank you for your insight, sir. Yes. Monsieur Mamadou Kolibali. No, just the minister will give it to you. Just hold on. The minister will give you. Okay. For Côte d'Ivoire. Yes. Engineer Kraga, you'll be next after the Ivorian minister. The World OPEC Outlook is just a 10 minutes outlook. So just give us 10 minutes of your time and we're done. 10 minutes, just 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I would like Daniel Roy Bako to please be on standby. Honorable Nani Juwara. Honorable Minister, Your Excellency, sir, thank you so much for your insights. Thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. Ghazali, merci beaucoup pour le temps. There you go. Thank you very much. Vimbai Mujihiri Ekpeyong. You complete the list of those we're giving our thank you plaque. Thank you for moderating the panel. All right, for Vimbai, sir. Okay. Okay, Mr. Daniel Roy Bako, can I have you on stage now? Ladies and gentlemen, I just need 10 minutes of your time. Indulge us. Please, cameraman, if you can go back to the side. Just 10 minutes. Give us your time. Let us take a look at the OPEC World Outlook. Mr. Roy Bako is here. He would just give us 10 minutes. The WU is usually about 8-10 minutes presentation. Just give us that of your time. Thank you very much. He's the head of environmental matters at OPEC. Please, I beg you, we need you to give us just 10 minutes of your time. Just Baku, right? Just about 10 minutes? Thereabout? Thank you. Just please give us 10 minutes of your time and let sound. Ladies and gentlemen, please, just 10 minutes of your time. Just 10 minutes of your time, please. Please take your seat.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Just 10 minutes of your time. Take your seat.
They are sharing this. Okay. They already.
Please, 10 minutes of your time. 10 minutes of your time. 10 minutes of your time. Just give us 10 minutes of your time for the OPEC World Oil Outlook. Please, just 10 minutes of your time. Take your seats, please. 10 minutes, 10 minutes, 10 minutes. All those standing in front, can you just please take your seats on the front row? We'll be fine in the next 10 minutes. Just take your seat on the front row. Thank you for indulging us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please take your seats. Thank you very much. Bako, please, let's go.
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I'm aware that I have just 10 minutes, and I will do my best to ensure that it's presented in 10 minutes. The presentation is on the world oil outlook, as has already been stated, and it is a pleasure to present these findings from this year's edition of our flagship publication. Now, our world oil outlook, next slide, please. Yes, this is a picture of what our world oil outlook looks like, and it's a key reference publication for the energy sector, providing valuable insights, detailed outlook, and thorough analysis of the world's energy future. The publication is now available, free to download on OPEC's website, as well as the underlying data, and is also available as an app. Now, allow me to share some of the key findings of our outlook. To start with, let me spell out some of the key assumptions of our outlook. We need to be reminded, firstly, that this outlook was prepared at a time when uncertainties surrounding the global economic and political landscape are quite significant. This also relates to evolving energy policies, where there is a noticeable trend of policy pushback and intensified scrutiny of major goals, primarily in the US and other developed countries. Naturally, the outlook also reflects significant demographic changes over the forecast period as the global population grows to around 1.5 billion, with the non-OECD region accounting for almost all this population growth. Moreover, increasing urbanization will impact future energy demand, with 1.9 billion more people living in cities by 2050. On the economic side, global GDP is projected to more than double, with non-OECD countries again driving growth. And in respect to technology, the outlook recognizes incremental technological progress that helps to improve efficiency and reduce costs, but does not assume any sudden technology breakthroughs. Next slide, please. So I will start by also underscoring some of the key assumptions. And I think we can go to the next slide just to save time. So we take into consideration the underlying assumptions that the global primary energy demand is expected to increase 23% over the period to 2050, with the non-OECD accounting for 72% of demand in 2050. Oil will retain its largest share in the energy mix throughout the forecast period, providing about 30% of global primary energy needs by 2050. The combined energy mix share of oil and gas is expected to stay above 50% between 2024 and 2050. Other renewables, mostly wind and solar, will have the largest and fastest growth and will reach a 13.5% share by 2050, which will be up from 3.5% share in 2024. This is going to be largely due to energy policies. As a matter of fact, the only energy source that will see a decline is coal, and its share is going to drop by almost 13 percentage points on strong policies to decommission coal plants and limit coal usage. Global electricity demand, next slide please, is projected to increase from 31,000 terawatt hour in 2024 to 57,000 terawatt hour by 2050. The major driver is the residential and commercial sector, followed by industry, transport, as well as data centers and AI. Strong demand growth in all regions. However, 75% of growth is projected to come from developing countries as a result of rising urbanization and expanding middle class, as well as industrialization. Electricity demand in OECD regions will also grow significantly, supported by rising electrification of economies and substitution of traditional fuels. So in terms of electricity generation, the strongest growth is expected to come from other renewables, mostly wind and solar, rising by 21,000 terawatt hour by 2050. Additional generation is expected from natural gas, and GECF has alluded to that, again from hydropower and nuclear. And due to stringent policies and capacity phase out, we expect coal-fired generation to decline by almost 3,000 terawatt hour. Consequently, the share of non-fossil fuels in the global power generation mix will increase from 42% in 2024 to 67.5% in 2050. Can we go to the next slide? Turning on to demand, specifically oil demands, we expect to see oil demand to continue to grow over the entire forecast period. At the global level, demand is projected to top 113 million barrels per day already by 2030, and to continue growing to 123 million barrels per day in 2050. Demand growth will be primarily driven by the non-OECD region, where oil demand is set to increase by almost 28 million barrels per day over the outlook period. However, part of this incremental demand will be offset by declines in the OECD. Demand in this region will likely decline by 8.5 million barrels per day. The largest incremental demand, however, is expected to come from countries like India at more than 8 million barrels per day, followed by other Asia at 5.3 million barrels per day, and then Middle East and Africa growing by 4.7 million barrels per day and 4.2 million barrels per day, respectively. Next slide, please. So when we look at the future demand growth from a sectoral perspective, again, this was alluded to by the executive director of ARDA, it is clear that the demand growth will be driven by road transportation, petrochemicals, and aviation sectors. Indeed, oil demand in the road transportation is expected to increase by more than 5 million barrels per day by 2050. Petrochemicals and aviation will add another 4.7 million barrels per day and 4.2 million barrels per day, respectively. Meanwhile, incremental demands in other sectors will be lower in the range of 1 to 2 million barrels per day. The only exception to this pattern is electricity generation, where oil demand is projected to decline by 500,000 barrels per day between 2024 and 2050, on the back of continued substitution in this sector. Can we go to the next slide? So from the supply side now, the medium term, what we refer to as the declaration of cooperation, what the media refers to as OPEC plus, right? When you segregate the non-OPEC plus and then the OPEC plus countries in terms of supply, we expect that we will have demand growth, especially in road transportation, and it's going to increase by more than 5 million barrels per day. I think I mentioned the issue of petrochemicals and aviation. Now, what this means for the OPEC, for the non-OPEC plus, is that their liquid supply is projected to rise from 53 million barrels per day to about 59 million barrels per day up until 2030. But this will just meet about 50% of the projected demand growth. What then means is that the OPEC plus will have to fill in the gap. So this means that we expect to see a continued demand growth for the OPEC plus liquids, which will rise by about 15 million barrels per day up until 2050. As a result, OPEC plus producers' share of global liquid supply is expected to increase from 48% in 2024 to about 52% by 2050. Can we go to the next slide? In the downstream sector, in the long term, we expect that global refining additions, will increase by about 19.5 million barrels per day, including creep capacity expansions, with almost 85% of that materializing before 2040. The majority of the incremental refinery capacity is expected to be added in the Asia Pacific. India will likely be the most significant contributor to this growth, followed by countries like Indonesia. In China, capacity additions of about 3 million barrels per day are also expected between 2023 and 2050. Africa's projected refining capacity additions in the long term are expected to be about 3.2 million barrels per day, which mirrors the expected domestic demand growth. If we consider trade, global interregional crude and condensate trade is also expected to increase by over 10 million barrels to reach 47 million barrels by 2050. Can we go to the next slide, please? So in order to meet the steady rise in oil demand, as well as replace lost barrels due to natural decline, global cumulative investments of $18.2 trillion are required, which is a key message. Of this amount, about 14.9 trillion is needed for the upstream sector alone, while the downstream and midstream sector will require 2 trillion and 1.3 trillion each. So in conclusion, there are other scenarios that we have projected, one based on technology-driven scenario, where we foresee a more rapid pace of investment in advanced technologies other than those assumed in the reference case, and the other being the equitable growth scenario, where improved energy access, and the need to further eradicate energy poverty takes center stage. But all this increase the uncertainty just slightly from a situation where we expect 123 for the reference case. For technology-driven scenario, we expect 120 million barrels per day by 2035, and growing up onto 129 million barrels per day by 2050 for the equitable growth scenario. So this key message, in order to conclude, is just to emphasize this, that we are seeing recent policy shifts that are increasing the range of uncertainty for the global energy system. We are seeing inequality between global north and global south, which provides challenges, but also provide opportunities for the energy industry. There are no signs of global oil demand peaking anytime soon, certainly not within this forecast period. And we need continued adequate investments to ensure that future energy demands are met. Therefore, the world needs realistic future energy pathways with a balanced approach to lowering emissions while ensuring that energy security and growing need for ample, reliable, and affordable energy are adequately catered for. In order to achieve this, cooperation is crucial among both producing and consuming nations, among industry players across the various sectors of the value chain. This, in a nutshell, is the message of our World Oil Outlook. We can go to the next slide. Just to let you know that you can find details about these publications through various formats. I brought a few published copies. They are limited, but you have free downloadable versions on our website. You also have interactable versions, which you can download using apps that have been developed specifically to enable you appreciate the insights from this work that has been done by the OPEC Secretariat. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Roy. All right, thank you, Roy. I'll see you all later this evening. And to all of you stay to listen to the OPEC Who, thank you very much. We'll see you this evening at 7 p.m. right in this hall for the awards dinner.